impact on intellectual development. I haven't reviewed the data. I think the way Kennedy will do this in general will be transparent about letting the American public actually see the data and then begin to have the debate around the data. Well, some people say he's anti-scientific. I would argue he's more scientific than most of the people we're dealing with, because he wants data out there for us to be able to review it. Food additives, I do think, he's going to also go after food additives, again, from an educational perspective. I do think there's a data that suggests some of these food additives may be responsible for some of the behavioral issues, attention deficit disorder, et cetera. You saw that even the Biden administration tried to preempt some of his concerns, and I'm happy they did, and I'm sure he is too, by removing the red dye 3. So I think there's just going to be a critical review. Are there safety issues here? I mean, we have most of the countries of the world ban the use of most of these dyes, and I think they ban them for a reason.
Vaccinations certainly will be a big issue for RFK Jr. at this hearing. He has been critical of the polio vaccine. He was critical at times of others, including COVID-19. The polio one. President Trump has said that we're not getting rid of the polio vaccine. So what kind of scrutiny should he be under for his past statements, in your view?
Well, I think one of the reasons it surprises some people that I'm highly supportive, so supportive of Kennedy. I wrote my op-ed in the Newsweek several months ago, and I think people were really surprised because I'm probably one of the most pro-vaccine advocates in public health in the United States today. And they thought it was surprising that I would embrace Kennedy. Well, the first thing I'm going to tell people is that Kennedy is not anti-vaccine. I've met with him. I've talked to him. What Kennedy is for is honesty, transparency about vaccines. Let's look at the vaccine data for safety, if it exists. Where it doesn't exist, let's ask questions why it doesn't exist. And let's look at the data for vaccine efficacy. Polio is a little confusing because, there are two polio vaccines. One was the Salk vaccine, one is the Sabin vaccine. The United States now uses the Salk vaccine. The Salk vaccine really doesn't have safety risk. The Sabin vaccine, though, does. So I just think it's important to be honest, transparent, open up the data, look at the safety and efficacy. I'm confident that Kennedy will be extremely rational when it comes to vaccines that have public health benefit. For example, does it make sense to vaccinate newborns for hepatitis B? Hepatitis B and human papillomavirus are really viruses that people are more at risk when they become sexually active. So does it make more sense to actually look at vaccinating pre-adolescents with hepatitis B and human papillomavirus and not necessarily newborns? So I think I have total confidence in Kennedy in this space. I think he's been maligned. Now, some of it he probably, as you know, spoke inarticulately in the past. I mean, he was obviously very nervous about the association between autism and vaccines, but that was generated by scientific papers out of England that said they proved that vaccines cause autism. Now, it turns out those papers were fraudulent. And we had to move away. He had to move away from that because that data wasn't real. But
so people should no longer be concerned about vaccines and the link to autism in your opinion, right?
Yeah, what I would like to see, and hopefully Kennedy will do it, I would like to send it, because I know he really cares about childhood health and childhood development. He's very passionate about it. I would like him to task NIH to develop a major scientific effort to investigate the multiple hypotheses that people can come up with that may cause autism. So I would say, the 10, 15, 20 different hypotheses, let's build a multi-billion-dollar research program and go after etiology of autism and move away from this autism and vaccines. And I have confidence that he'll move in that direction.
Now, Dr. Redfield was the CDC director when the COVID crisis hit. And how the pandemic started is back in focus. The other day, new CIA Director John Ratcliffe had the CIA release a new report, concluding, though, with low confidence, it's likely that the COVID virus leaked out of the lab in Wuhan, China, doing research on coronaviruses. And Ratcliffe tells Fox,
it was important for the American people to see an institution like the CIA get off the sidelines and be truthful about what our intelligence shows, at the same time of protecting us from adversaries like China if they caused or contributed to this.
And Dr. Redfield agrees with the CIA on this.
I've always been of the view, even since January 2020, when I looked at all the data that I had available to me, and I've seen a lot of the classified data too, that there is absolutely no evidence for spillover. There is a lot of opinions for spillover.
You mean a natural way of this happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no evidence. There's a lot of opinions. There's very powerful people, Fauci and others, that took that opinion. But there is evidence for laboratory leak, and substantial evidence, and that's why the FBI and the Energy Department concluded a while back that their conclusion was that this virus came from the lab. That's the origin. I think what you're going to see over the next 3 months is a variety of the intelligence community will reevaluate their intelligence analysis. And I think there'll be unanimity in the conclusion from the intelligence community that this virus came from a laboratory in China.
The World Health Organization has certainly been under a lot of scrutiny over the last couple of years. The current Trump administration wants to pull out of the WHO. Do you think that's the right move?
Yes, I do, unfortunately. The WHO, when it was formed in 1948, really was there to help us with global health emergencies. Unfortunately, over the years, its mission has creeped, and it's become a very political organization. It has no ability to enforce the international health regulation, as we saw with the COVID pandemic. It also is a political player rather than really a staunch public health advocate.
Lastly, back to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the hearing that's going to be on Wednesday. If a senator wasn't sure and decided to call you, what would you tell that senator?
I wrote 2 letters of support, one to each committee that I submitted yesterday. I would tell the committee that I have total confidence in Kennedy's ability to be transformative in the health of our nation. Right now, we have a disease system, and that's where our health system is focused, on disease. Kennedy is going to move our health system to focus on health. And he's going to go after, obviously, chronic disease in children and prevention of that by a variety of different strategies. And he's going to go after building a much more effective way to manage chronic disease in adults. So as I said, I hope that they would vote positive for Kennedy, not only for Kennedy, but also for the future of our children.
Dr. Robert Redfield, former director of the Centers for Disease Control in the first Trump administration. Great to have you back on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks. God bless. Take care.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Joel Clark, a SelectQuote agent, with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and he can't take it with him. Well, I went to work and found Ray, who's 40 and takes medication to control his high blood pressure, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. That's way more coverage for a lot less than what he was paying. If SelectQuote didn't shop for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote and to find out how much you can save, call 1-800-403-5050. That's 1-800-403-5050. 1-800-403-5050. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 29th. This is the Fox News Rundown. One of President Trump's most controversial cabinet nominees is set to have his hearing today.
Robert Kennedy Jr. will testify before the Senate Finance Committee as the Department of Health and Human Services nominee and will take questions on his stance on vaccines, abortion, and other issues, while Kennedy makes the pitch that he's the right person to make America healthy again. His cousin and former ambassador to Japan and Australia, Caroline Kennedy, making the pitch for him not to be confirmed.
He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed.
The Senate Judiciary Committee will also vote today on President Trump's Attorney General nominee, Pam Bondi, which she'll need to clear before a full Senate vote on her confirmation is taken. Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
President Trump expected to sign the Laken-Riley Act into law today. That act mandates the detention and possible deportation of illegal immigrants accused of theft and violent crimes. And the Federal Reserve meets today. It's expected to keep keep its key interest rate unchanged. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Following the losses in the tech sector after the revelation of the Chinese AI entity DeepSeek on Monday. The Dow up 137 Tuesday. The Nasdaq gained 392. The S&P 500 up 55. The Nasdaq recovered more than half of Monday's losses. NVIDIA picked up nearly 9% after losing about 17% of its value Monday. Meta closed with its fourth straight record high. Amazon also hit an all-time high. Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla all report earnings today. Apple tomorrow. And we'll hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell this afternoon. It's widely expected interest rates will be kept between 4.25% and 4.5% after the Fed cut the rate a full percentage point last year. And X is partnering with Visa to soon offer real-time payments on the social media platform. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The press has already heard from the president himself multiple times, including in the Oval Office. But now we've heard from the president's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, in her first formal briefing at the White House.
The president is the best spokesperson that this White House has, and I can assure you that you will be hearing from both him and me as much as possible.
Adding to that, Leavitt said the plan was to increase transparency by expanding access with a promise to reinstate media credentials for more than 400 journalists, she said, who'd lost them over the last 4 years.
We're also opening up this briefing room to new media voices who produce news-related content and whose outlet is not already represented by one of the seats in this room. We welcome independent journalists, podcasters, social media influencers, and content creators to apply for credentials to cover this White House.
A top concern, though, for reporters the first day is what some of the president's actions have meant so far, like the effort to freeze federal funding on grants and loans. Leavitt said if they were successful, this wouldn't impact things like Medicare, Social Security, or payments to individuals.
DOJ and OMB have actually found that there was $37 million that was about to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen in that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of. So that wouldn't be in line with the president's agenda. DOJ and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
She also made it clear that while detaining and deporting illegal alien criminals is the priority, deporting those who haven't committed a crime beyond entering the country illegally is happening too. Oh, and we also learned that many of the drones we saw over New Jersey a few months ago were, according to Leavitt, authorized to be there by the FAA for research purposes.
What he's doing is exactly what he said he was going to do, and I think that's what people are so excited about.
Lee Carter is a pollster and president of Muslansky & Partners.
There was a president who made a promise that he was going to get tough on immigration, and guess what? He got tough on immigration his first week in office. He said he was going to issue executive orders. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to put together a cabinet more quickly than anyone else. He's got 2,000 appointees out there ready to go on day one. And so I think all of this activity, while some people are finding it very overwhelming, his voters and those people that have supported him are just absolutely in awe and excited by the fact that he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do at a speed that is hard to keep up with.
How important are these first days, or like everybody always talks about the first 100 days? I always wonder about how important that is, because at the end of a president's term, no one's talking about those first 100 days. What matters is kind of how you close it out.
Yeah, I think that is a very important factor in gauging one's success, because you get a sense of the momentum that's going to happen or not. A lot of people, I think, are forgiving of the first 100 days because they're saying that people are getting, their administration in place, they're getting the transition done and all of that. But when there's a lot of activity quickly, it establishes a baseline. And I think Donald Trump knows this. I think he knows his first 6 months that he's in office are incredibly important to the social capital that he has. Because right now, he's more popular than he's ever been. His mandate seems really clear. And if actions don't follow it very quickly, it's going to seem like the momentum's not on his side. So I think it's incredibly important because it's just going to establish the fact that this is going to be a president that's action-oriented. Things are going to get done, and he means exactly what he's going to say.
I was looking back over some Fox polling, and you and I both, I think everyone listening to us right now knows the number one thing people wanted is lower prices. And the president said in an interview after he won that, you know what, it will actually be pretty hard to bring prices down. I think he told Time magazine that. We know he had said that that process will really be linked to bringing down energy costs and drilling, sending the message to energy producers. That could take some time, right?
It could take some time. And I think that the president has said that, others have said that it's going to take some time. But I think the important thing right now is that people see action happening so that they know that it's going to come. I mean, I've seen a lot of people talking about the price of eggs is still going up. The president seems to be in front of it and saying it is going to take time and here's what to expect. But here's some things that are happening at the same time. So unlike the last administration where they were talking about the price of things not being so bad, or they would argue back and say the cost isn't so bad, or the economy is just fine. This President Trump is saying, I know that the cost is too high. It's going to take some time, but here's the steps that we need to take. And I think that's the most important thing. I don't think people are going to be incredibly patient, but I think American people understand when you tell them like it is. And I think they're willing to go along for the ride if they understand where they're going.
But Lee, to your point about the eggs, because that's a huge thing. It's because it's one of the things Democrats have now latched on to counter, right? They're watching the clock and saying, well, you promised this and it's not happening. And egg prices are actually going higher in your first week. Is it critical to deliver on that? Or to your point, just a few seconds ago, if you tell people, like, look, this is what I'm doing and I'm not going to gaslight you, then that's how you get the patience.
Of course, it's important that he delivers on pricing. I don't think anybody expects the prices to have come down in the first 5 or 10 days that he's in office, 8 days that he's in office.
Right.
If he sets a clear expectation, if he says right now, what we're doing today is going to be felt in your pocketbook in 2 years, and here's what we're going to do, I think people will go along for the ride. If he says it's something that you're not going to feel for 5 years, that's a bigger problem. If he says you're going to start to feel a little bit on this front, but it means that later you're going to feel better across the board, I think people just want to be told the truth. And they also want to say, like, I understand what you're going through. The bottom line is Americans felt like the administration wasn't hearing their very real concerns about the economy. They kept being told the economy is better than it ever has been, that prices aren't that bad, inflation relative to the rest of the world isn't so bad. It didn't matter. The problem was prices were too high, and people felt like their hard work couldn't get them to get ahead. And so as long as they feel heard, as long as they feel like they're being communicated with and understand what's going on, I think the American people are going to be somewhat patient, but not infinitely patient.
And is that where you kind of say, well, one of the other promises was no taxes on tips? Like, there are other ways to, I guess, work on that promise. Combating inflation, that's a tall order. But no taxes on tips, that might be different.
So there's so many different measures by which people feel like they're doing better economically than they were before. And as you say, that no tax on tips, or just, re-implementing the tax cuts, or other things that will make people feel like their money is going to go further, is going to make them feel better. It's not just a one-size-fits-all. It's not just eggs. It's not just your grocery bill. It's not just your energy bill. It's the collective of everything. And if you say that, what makes what is it that makes you feel better about your financial life? And there's these few things that you can point to that the president's done. They're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And he's got some time now to make change.
Okay.
I don't think anybody thinks that he's going to change this in the next week.
What's your assessment of how Democrats are reacting to President Trump right now and how they're handling him? We see the different varying reactions. I think people like AOC are still fired up, but is it quieter than it was in 2017?
It's a much more cooperative environment than was in 2017, which is surprising when you look at it. It's still a pretty toxic environment. People are really riled up against Donald Trump, but not in the same way. In 2017, you would see boycotts. You would see companies that weren't willing to come to the table to talk to the president. You would see a very different mood, a very different tone. And now it seems like there's some willingness to negotiate. There's some willingness to have conversations. There's some unexpected people coming to the table. So it does feel very different this time than it did in 2016.
Yeah, one of the things I hear is that part of that is that none of this is a surprise. Like, this is a president who doing all the things he said, like, he said he was going to do all of these things that are happening. Like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. And if there may be lawsuits, but these are all, especially on like immigration related issues, deportations. Is that part of what you're talking about? That these are things that he said he was going to do?
Yeah. And I think there was so much of a fear before of this sort of pearl clutching elite that was so offended by Donald Trump and what he was pushing forward, that now people are saying, you know what, we don't need to act like that. He's actually, what he's saying makes sense, and we should be engaging in these conversations. We do want prices to come down. We do want to get tough on immigration. We do want our border to be secure. We do want our children to be safe. We do want to be able to say that a boy is a boy and a girl is a girl. All of these things that, there were so many questions and were controversial are now just seem like, well, that's common sense. And the American people are saying, let's move it forward. And so I think people are willing to come to the conversation in a different way than they were before, because before, so many of these ideas seemed like they were almost evil. When you break it down and what people are looking for, it just makes sense. And it's what the American people asked for. And so I think that the liberals and the Democrats need to get a handle on what that means for them and their positions. There are some things that Donald Trump is putting forward that are really popular across the board. And if they just obstruct everything that he says, they're going to continue to lose.
Yeah, finally, Lee, as a pollster and someone who talks to voters, especially those independent ones, what are you right now most curious about here in terms of reaction? Like, is it rolling back DEI policy? Is it something DOJ does? Is it like how this president will end up navigating, other world leaders in foreign policy? Like, what's on your rate? Like, if you had a panel of people right now, what would you be most curious about asking them about?
So I'm curious to understand what Americans are willing to sacrifice in order to deliver on these promises. Because when you look at, we're going to have to cut costs one way or the other. Does that mean that we're going to be willing to take less in Social Security? Does it mean that we're willing to take some pain on tariffs? Does it mean that we're going to be doing some? There's some of these things are going to come with a cost. And so far, it seems like the American people have a thick skin and are ready to go with Donald Trump the distance on what it means. I think, when you look at the reaction to the deportations, I think a lot of the media would have expected everybody to just freak out that this was happening, and yet that's not what happened. I think a lot of people are saying Americans aren't willing to take less in money or willing to do, and it seems like they are. So I'm curious where the line is, because I think the American people are surprising the media, and they certainly are surprising people in their patience, their willingness to sacrifice in this moment.
Interesting. Lee Carter, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-894-6680. That's 800-894-6680. Again, 800-894-6680.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Identity Theft Awareness Week is here. There's a victim of identity theft every 3 seconds. 3 seconds. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second and will fix identity theft guaranteed or your money back. Plus, plans include the $1 Million Protection Package with up to $3 million in coverage for the most comprehensive plan. Take control of your identity with LifeLock. Save up to 40% off your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration's freeze on federal grants and loans. The White House facing a legal challenge from attorneys general in 23 states. Fox's Gernal Scott.
U.S. District Judge Lauren Ali Khan issued the block of the White House action a matter of minutes prior to it taking effect. In making her decision, Judge Ali Khan said the freeze could potentially bring irreparable harm.
A freeze threat sending shockwaves among organizations that depend on government grants and loans for funding. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is revoking the security clearance for retired General Mark Milley. Fox's Jennifer Griffin explains that's not all.
Secretary Hegseth has decided on his second day to immediately pull General Milley's security detail.
Milley has been a fierce critic of President Trump. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Andre Iguodala will become the first member of the Golden State Warriors dynasty core responsible for 4 titles to have his number retired by the organization. Golden State announced Tuesday that they will retire Iguodala's number 9 jersey on February 23rd when the Warriors host the Mavericks. Iguodala will be celebrated with Klay Thompson in attendance after the Warriors legend joined the Mavericks over the summer. Iguodala is one of only 11 players to win 4 NBA titles and a Finals MVP. Former teammate Steph Curry is on that list, and he will become just the 7th Warriors player to have his number retired by the franchise. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If I try to get into an account and just calling randomly, Chad, I would hope that I have to answer more questions than that if I'm pretending to be you.
Yeah, there has to be some level of they send something to a device owned by the person, double, triple check, confirmation, going through different ends of it, not just, hey, I'm calling on the phone with this information. I need 300 large. Also, this is not some request to Western Union someone $500. They're trying to pull out $300,000 for a car. That's really, really bad that he was able to get away with this. And now I fully believe that Shohei Ohtani is completely innocent. Yeah, he was asleep at the wheel. He wasn't paying much attention to it. And this guy used him.
If you still believe he's involved somehow after hearing that, you have to go to lengths to try to convince yourself that he's wagering on sports.
You're just willfully being a conspiracy theorist at that point.
He's not someone involved with the Zahara. He's a victim.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Reserve rate decision and mega cap earnings season are expected to be Wednesday's key market movers. The Fed is not expected to lower rates after this meeting, but investors will be looking for some guidance for the rest of the year. And as for those mega cap earnings, we'll be hearing from Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla. General Motors gave up on self-driving cars, but there is a silver lining to its decision. It gave a better-than-expected profit outlook because the elimination of that unit is expected to save the company $500 million this year, twice as much in future years. It's still unclear, though, how President Trump's threat to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico could impact GM's supply chain and profitability. GM shares on Tuesday were down more than 8%. Starbucks saw its quarterly sales decline in the latest quarter, but the 4% slide was better than the previous quarter's 7% slump. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Dom Giordano. Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Can you throw a football 40 yards out?
40 yards? I'm not so sure. Can you?
Of course.
Well, yeah, that's one of the claims that he always makes is a 40-yard football throw.
Dan, have you seen him throw it 40 yards?
No.
We
did have a contest. It was close.
We'll make it some mulligans, make it to the beach, and see him throw it 40 yards on the beach. We'll measure it out.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. 877-308-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Life insurance is one of those things that just about everybody needs, but few people actually have. Hey, if you die unexpectedly without life insurance, guess what? You'll leave your family with even a bigger mess. Life insurance will help replace your family's income. It'll help cover burial expenses. Life insurance can even help pay off debt like credit cards and medical bills. Life insurance can even pay for college. And if you own a business and you die, life insurance can help your business from collapsing. It can even help cover estate taxes. Life insurance has never been more affordable and needed. Plus, you can always shop around even if you have a plan and save some money. So call the Life Insurance Quote Line right now for free pricing information.
800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. 800-917-8730. That's 800-917-8730.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. It's time for intelligent design, plus exciting performance. Get a new vehicle you'll love. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. Here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, Hump Day edition of Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a day in which Tony Bruno will join us live this morning from Florida at 8:30. And oh my, do we have a lot to discuss today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, it's a Tony Wednesday.
It's a Tony Wednesday. Tony. That's right. I have so many things that I at least want to touch on. We might need to spend like 90 seconds on everything today. Give me like a rapid-fire warp speed show. So we're going to need the audience to be head on a swivel, fully caffeinated, and not distracted, because if you blink, you might miss it. Hello, Gregory.
I like that. In the world of dwindling attention spans.
That's right.
90 seconds per story. I like it. Let's do it. Come on.
That might be too generous.
Yeah.
The consultants, they say, you've got 7 seconds to capture somebody's mind before they change the station. Give them a check for $10,000. Thanks, genius. But we got a lot to do today. Caroline Leavitt in, Jim Acosta out, ICE raids in Philadelphia, DEI in Montgomery County.
Ooh.
Yes. By the way, taxes keep going up, so you pay more and you get less. Cool. And also, the freeze out has begun. Donald Trump with federal jobs. We will tell you when they have the deadline to take a buyout or be gone. We'll get into that this morning. Also, I want to rip New York Magazine for a photo shoot they did of a young MAGA gathering in which they decided to crop out a key element and then make accusations. But the internet, they don't miss. We'll get to that as well. Cut sheet, Tony Bruno, a whole lot more. But man, do we have a lot of local news to get to. So much of it, in fact, that Stalker was sending out text message updates at like 2:15 in the morning.
We never sleep here on Kayal and Company.
Right.
The show always goes on, keeps
Yes.
going. It's 24 hours.
As the kiddies say, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And that's what we do on this show. Let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Wednesday morning, January 29th. We are warming up. It will be windy, though, so we'll talk about the wind and the warmth. We are sponsored by Meineke this Wednesday morning in the news, and a lot to talk about. And I'll begin with we're learning more as far as tragedy striking Philadelphia and learning more about this Temple student. We now know the student who died. We learned last night the student who died at the Eagles celebration during all of the festivities, NFC East Championship, clinching it, the city out there celebrating, the buildings all in green, and then tragedy struck with this student that we talked about yesterday. We now know that his name is Tyler Sabathy, and he actually was a Temple student, 18 years old, and he has lost his battle for life. We had told you yesterday he was in very critical condition. And so 18 years old, he fell from that light pole during celebrations after the Eagles' NFC Championship win, and that was over the weekend.
Yeah, Canadian, and it looks like he was a gymnast. I saw the photo. I thought he might be a college wrestler, but he's actually a gymnast.
Yeah, and actually they've said that he was quite a champion, award-winning gymnast. I don't have reaction from his family, but we do have this morning. I know Temple University has released a statement.
So he tried to do a backflip off of a light pole?
Greg, I will tell you this.
We've seen the video.
No. Here's what the story that they're saying is that he had climbed a light pole and lost his grip. There's so much video that I believe that it was a student we saw do the backflip.
Yeah. Well,
it's been pulled.
Yes, because that guy was that video that I saw, and by the way, I'm glad we didn't play it yesterday.
Thank God.
But the video that I saw looked like him doing a backflip. No,
what was he expecting to accomplish with that? To land on his feet?
I mean, he's a gymnast, so he's probably,
I mean, my girls have done gymnastics, and they land on soft padded mats that have a lot of springs in them, or even trampoline type, bounce backs. I mean, I'm wondering, and maybe we will find out with the autopsy. I mean, he's a young college kid. Was he intoxicated? That's I think a fair question to ask.
Okay, we're not going to go there. I will say this, that if you look at 6ABC, and Phil Almquist can put this up, because it's a photo by Christopher Caban, and they're showing at 15th and Market, and the street pole clearly says Market Street. You see 2 people on that pole. So 6ABC would make it appear that this is a young man up on a pole. There are 3 different videos going around.
Yeah.
One of a guy doing like you're saying, doing a backflip and lands. 6ABC showing this photo, And the story they're saying is that he lost his grip. So I don't have that information.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I mean,
and I think there's a lot online. So I don't know if this photo is him up on that pole, then it's not the one that was pulled off the internet.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there were multiple, if not many, people climbing objects on Sunday night.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of video of it.
Yeah.
So there's the university, Temple University, first-year students, and the university releasing that statement. It's with deep sadness, we write, to share news of the death of first-year student Tyler Sabapathy. Over the weekend, Tyler sustained critical injuries and ultimately passed away this afternoon, meaning this happened last night. I think they had 6 ABC had the story, I think, on their 5 or 6 o'clock news last night. And so now we're getting the reaction from this. So they're saying that he was a promising 18-year-old. It's tragic. It's traumatic. And our hearts go out to Tyler's family, friends, classmates, all who knew him. But they're saying it happened 15th and Market Streets in Center City, Philadelphia. He was taken to Jefferson Hospital with a brain injury, and they had to pronounce him 2 days later. He was, remember, as of yesterday morning, he was on life support.
Yeah.
We reported that.
Well, there was reports going around on the internet yesterday morning that he had already passed, but
yes,
it was
we were hearing that.
It was unsubstantiated.
And that they were getting the family in because he is a native of Toronto, Canada, so that's where his family and parents are. They say that he was an accomplished gymnast. He had more than 120 medals in even international competitions, local competitions. And, it's thick with irony because he was actually, he talked about, he was fascinated, they say, with injury prevention.
Yeah.
No, that's a quote.
Yeah. Kayal, you talk about being intoxicated. I mean, we've all, especially at that age, we've all done stupid things that we were like, boy, glad I survived that one.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But some people aren't that lucky. We don't know if he was or not.
Right.
But,
And as far as now the question is, here's the question where it's going. Because they're asking the city.
Phil has the picture from 6ABC.
From 6ABC?
Yeah.
So this does not appear to be the same location or person.
Yeah, that's 15th and Market.
Yeah, and that's where this definitely happened. So, but the city is being asked, were those poles greased?
So the city could potentially be held liable?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding?
No.
No, the city should not be held liable.
No.
I mean, it's a tragedy that happened, but, I mean, stop climbing, public property.
Yeah.
So in all, the city's not saying that. And the authorities, police are still investigating this. And we have all of these different reports. I don't have an injury report on those. At least 4 officers were attacked. Sometimes officers will have injuries during the melee like this. But in particular, these 4 officers were attacked, struck, many of them struck with bottles over the head. And so I know at least one officer, those were, they had to go to the hospital and get treated. Not life-threatening injuries, but we did have 2 arrestees. Remember, we talked about that, one of them from California. And then we also had shootings. We had 1 stabbing. And then, like I say, those assaults on law enforcement. So a lot to parse through there. We have another story, and how often do we talk about this in the city of Philadelphia? And Greg Stocker can probably relate to this kind of story. Your 4-year-old little boy falls asleep in the SUV. Mom runs in to grab something, doesn't want to get the 4-year-old because it's right there in the driveway, doesn't want to get the 4-year-old out of the car seat, wake him up. As she quickly runs in, leaving her SUV, running there, guess who hopped in her SUV, and this thief steals her SUV, driving away.
Man.
And panic as I can't even, I know Greg relates to this with a 4-year-old, you and Steph. Oh my goodness. So this happened on the 3000 block of West Susquehanna Avenue. This is Philadelphia Strawberry Mansion section. Mom, says it was seconds, runs in, runs back out. Thank God she had the iPad in the back seat with
Track
the little
it.
boy.
Oh,
They
nice.
tracked it.
See,
Good.
so the one time that giving your kid an iPad works out
That's right.
is this situation.
As you're watching Bluey on YouTube.
Yes.
See,
Bringing it all together.
bringing it all
Bluey,
together
number
from
one
yesterday.
streaming.
Gotta pay attention all week, folks.
Look, I would not do that in Strawberry Mansion, in my driveway of my picket fence white picket fence neighborhood. I would do it, but not in Strawberry Mansion. No.
So thank God they tracked the vehicle. They did not catch the thief. In a lot of these, the thief knows that when they see, oh my goodness, there's a kid in the back. So they abandon the vehicle with the child in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God!
Abort! Abort!
But it was, luckily it wasn't the frigid temperatures. We'll talk about the forecast, but they did leave the vehicle parked.
Yep.
In another section of Philadelphia, by the way. But the little boy's back home. Thank God he's safe. I know we're going to get to this. We did finally have an ICE raid here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yes, this is in Philadelphia's Juniata Park section. 7 men detained. That's what we're hearing.
It was at a car wash or something?
It was at a car wash. At the car wash.
Tom Homan, Christy Nome. I know technically not that they were not in Philadelphia, but
I don't know, man. As long as they scrub my wheel wells, I'm all fine. I'm fine with those car washes.
Christy Nome accomplished.
Rapists and murderers scrubbing
Yeah.
your wheels.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Don't forget that hot wax. I paid for the upgrade.
Tip them a 5 and
yeah.
Let them do the wheel wells. Oh,
Yeah.
Stop.
I'll tell you though,
Great feeling.
Two things with Christy Nome. Number one, she's already done more work than Alejandro Mayorkas has done in 4 years. That's right off the top. And two, have you seen Christy Nome in the DHS ICE outfit? For all the men out there.
And a few women.
Oh yeah, and for the women as well.
I mean, you guys realize this is a giant reality show, right?
Oh,
I mean, you guys.
it's made
realize
for it's made for television.
It doesn't feel like it. That's exactly what it is.
You know what it is?
That's
It's
exactly what
it's
it is.
cops with what was the guy that used to host it? Walsh.
Yeah, John Walsh.
John
Yeah,
Walsh.
John
Yeah.
Walsh.
I love it.
Well, it is. It's a reality show, but it's also like a superhero show. Last night, when Elon Musk, he puts out on social media, the astronauts are stuck in space,
Yeah.
and the president of the United States of America has asked me to go and get them and bring them home, or and
Yeah,
I'm
Trump-
like, it is. It's Avengers.
Trump basically said, "Hey, Elon, you're becoming a real pain in my ass. Why don't you go to space for a couple of months and go help those people out?
For a couple of years, yeah, right.
I need Musk decompression."
Elon Musk is Tony Stark. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, the number is more than 3,000 arrests from ICE, and that's, you think about that, we were around 1,000 on Sunday. Now we're up to a little over 3,000. So we're at, as far as a nation, we've never seen these kinds of operations in our nation's history.
Yeah, I've got some details we'll do in the bottom of the hour segment with ICE in the Inquirer. But I would say this as far as Stocker's comment on the reality television. I'm not even joking here. If ICE had like a streaming channel and you could pay $9.99 a month to watch it for all of the major city deportation efforts, would you not sign up for that and watch that? ICE agents kicking down doors, arresting people?
Yeah, I didn't say
I
I didn't say it wasn't a good strategy.
Oh,
or
no.
Let me rephrase that. A popular strategy.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that anybody who doesn't think that this is all orchestrated to be, a reality TV show is fooling themselves.
Well, they're showing the American people that they're out there getting what they promised to do done. I love it. I'd love to go on one of those personal raids myself, sit in the back of the car.
Well, apparently
I've made I've made all the requests.
I was going to say
Have you
apparently
really?
they're just letting people come along with them.
Wow.
Like that scumbag Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I'm better than Dr.
I agree. Dr. Dawn.
Well, what did you do? Like, I could, I'd be good.
God, we should deport him.
Come on. This, I have to get, I'm going to just give you some headlines because we got to go. But I will say to you, this one struck me, this story, and I know I sent it to you guys last night, but this is a former Pennsbury high school music teacher sentenced in a court of law here in Bucks County, local story, for possession of thousands of images and videos of child pornography. He's identified as 47-year-old Christopher Bygott. Even though he worked in Bucks County, his residence is Hamilton, New Jersey. So he was in Bucks County Court of Common Pleas before Judge Jeffrey Finley, sentenced to 3 years of probation.
That is outrageous. I mean, that gets you killed in prison if you go to prison for it. Yet this judge says, slap on the wrist, just be clean for 3 years. That's outrageous.
3 years probation.
No.
Now, the superintendent of Pennsbury High School and schools, he put out a statement saying there was no evidence that this music teacher, fired music teacher, obviously, there was no evidence, and they had nothing as far as physically doing anything to a child.
Yeah, he just fantasized about it.
But they found thousands of these images of child sex abuse materials that depicted, pretty sicko acts of, young children of all various ages. But they did track his cell phone and the computer to the school.
Mm-hmm.
So the belief is that this was being viewed while at the school.
Oh.
So keep him at home on probation where he can look at more child porn.
Right.
And get off on it.
Yeah, and satisfy his sick addiction.
You know where he wouldn't be able to do that? Prison.
Yeah. Yeah, right. No iPads in the joint.
Well, he will be required to register as a sex offender through Megan's Law for 15 years.
That's great. That's great.
Not forever.
Wow.
And he has to go through undergo some sex offender treatment, and he cannot have contact with any children or minors unsupervised.
Oh, we just deport him to
no unsupervised.
Amen.
So we got that one going.
Colombia needs him.
Yeah, send him to Ecuador.
That one, and that's a Bucks County story. So we have the others. Bob Menendez, disgraced New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, faces sentencing today, and he faces up to 15 years behind bars.
Mm-hmm.
We have that one going on.
Actually, we should do a swap. I'll let Bob walk and get probation if we send the pedophile to the can.
Amen.
Right.
Gold Bar gets to keep his bars.
Gold Bar.
Who's the judge, by the way, that gave this guy probation?
Is that his name? Finley?
Yeah.
Judge Finley, and this is in Bucks. Judge Jeffrey Finley.
Great job, Judge.
Bucks County Court of Common Pleas.
Yeah.
He'll be hosting a TV judge show in 9 months.
So we have all of that going on. I'm not even getting to I know we're going to get to the Caroline Leavitt news conference, which everybody's talking about. That's a big one today. But I wanted to focus on local stories because I know we're about to get to all of the other news, big news of the day. And let's talk about Meineke, our sponsor. When you step on your brakes, do you hear that squeal? Maybe a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke and their expert technicians. They're going to diagnose the problem, find a location nearest you, Meineke.com. High wind warnings go into effect 9 o'clock this morning. Windy, very windy, and warm, 50 degrees, but high winds today. It's a warm Wednesday. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19 Wednesday morning. Let's get to it midweek. Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Which is brought to you by Robert Half. The Big Take, lectures and lies in the free speech era. The mainstream media, they love to lecture you and lie to you. The previous administration had a White House press secretary that would read from a binder and a president who is hardly available or accessible. The spoken word era, from the President of the United States to his staffers to who you should listen to, it's changing. The landscape of independent truth seekers in journalism is upon us. Donald Trump's White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, the youngest ever, at all of 27 years old, well, she wasted little time yesterday in her first career briefing, setting the tone for this administration. Listen and watch this.
The Trump White House will speak to all media outlets and personalities, not just the legacy media who are seated in this room. Because according to recent polling from Gallup, Americans' trust in mass media has fallen to a record low. Millions of Americans, especially young people, have turned from traditional television outlets and newspapers to consume their news from podcasts, blogs, social media, and other independent outlets. It's essential to our team that we share President Trump's message everywhere and adapt this White House to the new media landscape in 2025.
Donald Trump doesn't need the mainstream media. The American public no longer consumes or trusts the mainstream media. According to the latest Gallup poll, 61% of Americans distrust legacy media, meaning less than 4 out of 10 citizens believe legacy outlets for the truth. And speaking of a president whose greatest ability is his visibility, the Daily Caller breaking it down and reporting the massive difference in Trump compared to Biden and speaking to the American public. They write the following, quote, in Biden's first week in office from January 20th, 2021 through January 26th, the then 77-year-old president took just 6 questions from the White House press corps, according to the White House pool reports. Some of these questions were answered with just one word. Comparatively, the Daily Caller's analysis shows that Trump surpassed that number just several hours after being sworn in, as he took a total of 75 questions and follow-ups over a 48-minute period in the Oval Office while signing executive orders. Trump, 78 years old, took questions from the press 11 times, often for extended period of times throughout the first week. Biden, comparatively, took questions 51 times during his first 3 months in office and interacted with the press a total of 164 times over his first year. But based on the interaction so far with the media during Trump's first week, he is on pace to easily surpass both Biden's 3-month and 1-year benchmark. No, it's not a figment of your imagination a week and a half in to this administration. We actually have a president again. Out with the old, in with the new. That is also the theme of journalism in 2025, and that even applies to CNN. Well, sort of. The 3-letter network, they'll continue to fail as they rearrange the chairs on the Titanic. But it's curtains for Jim Acosta. Here is the angriest man on television yesterday signing off and lecturing you, the American public, one last time. Listen and watch.
It is never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's the job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear. Post it on your social media so people can hear from you too.
What a dramatic production. Lies, fear, tyrant. You mean like hoax after hoax from your network, Hitler, mask and vaccine mandates, that kind of tyranny? What a bitter individual he is. Donald Trump posting the following on Truth Social yesterday after Jim Acosta and the CNN News came out, saying the following, quote, wow, really good news. Jim Acosta, one of the worst and most dishonest reporters in journalistic history, a major sleazebag, has been relegated by fake news CNN to the midnight hour, also known as Death Valley, because of extraordinarily bad ratings and no talent. Word is that he wanted to quit, and that would be even better. Jim is a major loser who will fail no matter where he ends up. Good luck, Jim, end quote. But if America is on the verge of the golden era, as Trump says, can the same be said for the media and journalism? Nobody better than Matt Taibbi. He's about as good as it gets. He joined Tucker Carlson, and he said this about the media and journalism as a profession. Listen and watch.
We're heading into a golden age for investigative journalism. I think this is after 8 years of crazy, misleading news stories and dead ends and unanswered questions and fake news, ranging from Russiagate to Nord Stream to, the COVID origins, where we're actively kept away from one side of that story for years. I think we're going to find out a lot of this stuff. There are investigations already underway, document hunts going on all over the place. There are reports that have been commissioned to look into a lot of these questions, and they're going to be staffed up with a lot of money and a lot of personnel. And it's just an unprecedented situation where, for instance, the DHS or the FBI or the DOJ would be in sync with congressional investigators to the point where they're not going to have to issue subpoenas for a lot of this stuff. They're just going to sit down and say, here's a list of the documents we want to find. And I think that they're going to have that collaborative arrangement.
It's incredible. I believe it's a certainty. In fact, it's been underway for multiple years already, and it shouldn't slow down anytime soon. Sarah Haynes, co-host of The View on ABC, saying yesterday that the panel of hosts on that show, quote, don't know what Americans think because nobody on the show voted for Trump, end quote. A complete and total disconnect from reality. And that's the problem with the media. They lecture you, but they don't understand you because they don't live like you because they make millions of dollars. I believe the free speech era is alive and will absolutely thrive. The marketplace of ideas will be judge, jury, and executioner of thought and speech. And I've said it many times. The best way to counter bad speech or speech you disagree with is not less speech. In fact, it is more speech. First, it was X, then you throw in Rumble, Truth, and even Meta, and of course, talk radio, which has been around for decades. The Wall Street Journal with this column, headline, Meta's free speech shift made it clear to advertisers that brand safety is out of vogue. They write, when Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg unveiled sweeping changes this month to loosen the company's restrictions on speech, he talked about how the legacy media have pushed to censor content, how the recent election was a cultural tipping point, and how fact checkers destroyed more trust than they've created. Meta executives had a very different emphasis in a January 17th call with advertisers, where they focused on the steps that brands can take to keep their ads from appearing near content that they deem out of bounds, whether it's misinformation or offensive speech. In terms of brand safety, we are, quote, 100% committed, Meta ad executive Samantha Stetson told the advertisers. But according to reports, that isn't the way the advertisers see it. I would say this, it's very simple to all companies. If you don't like what Meta permits, move your marketing money elsewhere. Threads, Blue Sky Social, whatever social safe space you feel fine with. But most Americans, not all, but most Americans are smart enough, mature enough, and respect the Constitution and the First Amendment enough to handle speech that they disagree with or if they dislike it. But before we wrap, let's revisit this gem from Donald Trump and Jim Acosta of CNN way back in the first Trump term. Enjoy.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? No, Mr. President-elect. Go ahead. Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization
You are attacking our news organization.
Your organization.
Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
can you state categorically,
She's asking a question.
Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
Oh, that was then. This is now. It's a new day in this country with speech and media, and I believe it's one for the better. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by our friends at Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI business model to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Thoughts, impressions, reactions to not only Caroline Levitt's first day, Jim Acosta out at CNN, the future of journalism, according to Matt Taibbi. Take all your thoughts on that, and then we will delve into the ICE raids right here in the city of Philadelphia. It's Kayal and Company Wednesday morning. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am so thankful I found some real talent, great guys at Marvin E. Cans. They're coming back to my house this week because I needed some new wires with the HVAC. Just incredible. And I'm so thankful that when I was getting my home ready for winter, I called Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, and they really got us ready for winter. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and veteran founded company. Take my advice. Call Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked for winter, and if they feel your unit, for example, needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high efficiency Trane furnace. It's hard to stop a Trane, Trane. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now, marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Mary's Catholic Church in Cherry Hill, Saturday, February 8th, with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
One day you will craft the perfect show. Until then, you have Kayal and Company. Exactly right. Nick, Dawn, and Greg pursuing perfection on a daily basis here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Give us your comments. Get outraged. Laugh along with us. Like Jon Stewart snorting on a Tuesday on the cut sheet, baby. So we have a lot to get to. Tony Bruno at 8:30, cut sheet at 7:45. A lot of things going on nationally. Donald Trump, we've got the federal workers who will be forced to either resign by February 6th or take a buyout. We'll get into that. Freezing of federal funding, a lot on the national front, but certainly a lot locally. And I absolutely love the fact that ICE came here to our city of Philadelphia and conducted a North Philly car wash raid. It's great that it's been happening in Chicago. Cool to see in New York. But I care, most importantly, after this country, I care about this city and our residents, and that's what we got yesterday.
Somebody brought up on the YouTube chat, which I think is a great question. What happens to the owner of the car wash? They need to be charged too, right?
I would think so, and also put up a now hiring sign.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question. There are I have so many questions about this. First of all, the owner, did they have Social Security numbers, and then were those fake? Because this happened to me years ago. I don't know if I ever told you this, where I realized, it's too long of a story, but I realized somebody, a janitor in Texas, had my Social Security number.
Is that right?
It was after a smash and grab, my car smash and grabbed in Philadelphia, so they got, and stupidly I had my Social Security card,
right,
like in my purse.
Oh,
in the
wow.
car. I know, it was long. So anyway, the funny thing is I tracked the guy down. He was working as a janitor in a corporation in like Houston. I call the company and the woman's talking to me, and I'm like, "Do you know this guy?" So the bottom line was, nothing happened.
Did he knowingly have it, or was he unaware? Because you're usually just assigned one.
Well, Nick, this guy just wanted to work.
Okay.
Some people just want to work.
Sure.
So he was like their janitor at a big corporation.
Yep.
They did everything right.
Yep.
But he had an actual. Now, how do they not look up the Social Security number?
Especially if he's on a payroll.
Right, and track it to a woman.
Guys, come on. This is a North Philly car wash. There's no payroll.
No, and I would imagine that these are paid under the table
They're all
as well.
paid. Of course, they're all paid under the table.
But not all people are. But the point is, what are they accused of? Because there was later a rally after they discovered this.
Yep.
And one of the spokespeople actually had the audacity to say, well, if I go into a Target and I forget to pay. And he was speaking about the Laken Riley Act going into effect.
Yep.
Because he was like, because if I go into a Target and I forget to pay,
whoever
then
forgets to
technically
pay.
I've committed, because that happens to all of us. Like, oops, forgot to pay.
Well,
Target has cameras everywhere. Like, it's really hard to forget to pay at Target of all places.
Well, I mean, if you forget one item, if you buy 27 items and for one you put one, you forget to put one up on the conveyor belt and scan it. Like, I could see that, but you just don't go in there and forget to pay for your entire checkout order. What actually is laughable about this, from what I have read, is, so I'll just give you the backdrop, and then the one thing I'm going to give you an illustration and an example of why this is an absurd counterpoint. So ICE, as Dawn said, they arrested 7 migrants during a Tuesday morning raid on a North Philadelphia car wash. Then, of course, leaders of advocacy groups reached out to the men's families. About 25, this is according to the Inquirer if you want to read it, 25 pastors, activists, and city residents converged in protest. And again, you just have no idea what you're protesting. So according to the new sanctuary...
Deport them too.
Yes, deport them too. I'm tired of protesters. On second thought, get rid of the First Amendment. I've had it with your ass. According to New Sanctuary Movement of Philadelphia, most, if not all, of the men who were arrested had been in the United States for years. One person to whom the group has lent legal support has been in the country since 1999 and was on track to receive lawful permanent residency, what is known as a green card, group leaders said. It doesn't matter, and this is what drives me nuts. I don't care that you've been here for over a quarter century. In 1999, you came here illegally. And unless you are officially legal, you are still technically illegal. That would be like me saying, well, I was accused of murder in 1999, but it's been 26 years. No, it was still illegal 26 years ago. That's not a valid counter-argument or defense. So again, we go back to the most basic crux of these conversations that we have had. It is illegal. Like Tom Homan has said it countless times. Who was it a day or so ago that we played from the cut sheet? She was trying to justify it, and he's like, it's still illegal. Yeah, you're an illegal alien. You cannot come. And I believe Levitt was reiterating that point. Under this administration, it might not have been under the previous administration, but in our world now with Donald Trump 2.0, it is illegal to come here.
This is cut 4, Phil. If you have it, roll it.
Of illegal aliens under the previous administration. Additionally, President Trump signed an executive order to end catch and release and finish construction of his effective border wall. By using every lever of his federal power, President Trump has sent a loud and clear message to the entire world. America will no longer tolerate illegal immigration, and this president expects that every nation on this planet will cooperate with the repatriation of their citizens. As proven by this weekend, when President Trump swiftly directed his team to issue harsh and effective sanctions and tariffs on the Colombian government, upon hearing they were denied a U.S. military aircraft full of their own citizens who were deported by this administration.
So there she is, Caroline Levitt. Now, in regards to the ICE raids in Philly, the Mexican consulate in Philadelphia has been in touch with the men's families, according to the New Sanctuary Movement. Efforts to contact the consulate in Mexico, surprisingly, were unsuccessful. Why? Because they don't want them back. That's why. Dawn, your thoughts, by the way, on Caroline Levitt and the way she handled herself in day one.
I thought she crushed it. I thought she did a great job. Now, here's the thing about Caroline Levitt. When interviewing her, and I talked to Dan Borowski a lot about her, that during the campaign, during the Trump campaign, when we would interview her, she speaks very quickly, and oftentimes doesn't really get as personal. Like you have to, because she has like that shield on. Do you know what I'm saying?
Tunnel
because
vision.
She does well because she did so many interviews.
Yeah.
The way that she delivers her message, the way that she speaks very quickly, is exactly what you want for this job. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So in interviews, I would have to try to, because she had just had a baby. Remember that? She had a baby, and like the next day, she's back to the campaign trail. So I would try to, during interviews, get more personal with her, which she did,
Mm-hmm.
But this delivery that she has, and especially during the interaction with Caitlin Collins, who has that. Caitlin Collins sets her eyes a certain way, like a shark when they're about to bite you.
Yeah.
And sort of that dead look in her eyes, and
Yeah.
And boom, Caroline just returns it in rapid fire.
Yeah.
And she's able to do that. And so and I know I'm getting into the weeds with delivery, but her delivery during that kind of situation where she's quick and she does rapid fire, I would refer to you the president's statement. He already talked about that. Blah, blah, blah. Go, next question. Blah, blah, blah. Like she moves it along, and they're not used to that at all.
Yep.
Because think about, they had KJP. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
The binder.
slow-mo.
Yep.
So now you have somebody who is highly efficient in her job, and she's like, I already talked about that. Go to that, like I expected her to like give a feed of all the Trump talked about that. Here's the live, they should have Greg on the cut sheet actually.
Yeah.
Caroline Levitt, you know what was missing? Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
She needed to go, you know what? We're introducing here to the White House press corps, Greg Stocker and his cut sheet. So when they asked, because many of them were asking things, I'm like,
Clip 7,
I'm
Caroline.
like, are you guys not paying attention? But they're not. They didn't read the executive orders beforehand. They weren't doing their jobs. And I felt like going, let's go to Greg Stocker on the cut sheet, and he could play that soundbite for you.
She had a great, this is cut 6, Phil. She had a great rebuttal when asked about how many illegals are criminals. Roll it.
Can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws, and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
Boom. Boom. There you go. Boom. Double boom. Double boom.
Mic drop.
Yes, and in regards to ICE in Philadelphia one last time, I just wanted to give a couple of more, a little bit more context here. Quote, people who don't have the correct documentation do not deserve to be picked up at work or in their houses and thrown into a detention center. That was Rabbi Linda Holtzman, who said yesterday to a group of people at the ICE headquarters in Center City, quote, they do not deserve to have their lives torn apart and their families torn apart, which is just absurd. I'm looking at the official ICE X feed. Now, these are some individuals that were arrested in Chicago, Atlanta, and Newark, New Jersey. So these crimes and rap sheets are not necessarily duplicates or in the same context of the individuals at the car wash in Philadelphia. But if you want to hit me back with these individuals don't deserve to have their lives and families torn apart, let's just say that they are violent offenders with records. Do you want individuals like, and these are some of the names from ICE, ICE arrested a man 2 days ago in Atlanta. He had 2 counts of child molestation. His name was Fernando Hernandez Martinez. A Honduran national was apprehended in Chicago. Robbery, escape, retail theft, and confirmed membership to the gang called Sureno, Sureno. Or how about Honduran national, no name for this guy, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And then another guy with multiple counts of child pornography and sexual deviance. So you want to talk about families that are torn apart or destroyed? How about those that have had their lives impacted as tax-paying American citizens while the past administration just openly allowed these individuals to come in? Let's want to talk about families? Let's talk about families. Let's talk about American families first, not people that have committed crimes that haven't gone about citizenship the correct way in this country. Again, honestly, and I know we'll continue to talk about it because it's, Americans said it was the number one issue right next to the economy. But it's honestly the dumbest conversation we can ever have. I thought, the conversations about chopping off your genitals at 14, even though you can't get a tattoo until you're 18, was a dumb argument. This one might take the cake, Dawn.
Yeah, my concern here is that the cost. So if there are, let's say, 11 million, the official number from the Homeland Security, let's say 11 million illegal people, the people who are illegally in this country.
Yeah.
And there are many estimates that it's double that. But let's say it's 11 million. And then it's a minimum, they say, of about 14,000 per person to extract and deport with all the costs.
Yep.
And so you're looking at billions of dollars. And so I think that's part of the reason that they're going after. They're trying to say the most dangerous individuals or those predators, they're trying to get out of the country first.
Can't put a price tag on that.
Because they're going to, and they're going to run out of money. At some point, they need Congress. That's why I know Lindsey Graham was over the weekend. I mean, they've already started saying they need funding, and they're going to run out of money.
Yes. 855-839-1210. Speaking of money, we will get to Trump's federal frozen funds story coming up in just a little bit. But for the final 2 or 3 minutes, just to put a bow on some of the local stories, I'm not sure how many of our listeners live in Montgomery County. I live in Montgomery County. This one really stood out to me, especially after Trump has dismantled DEI in many facets. I know yesterday he banned a lot of the transgender child mutilation. That came out on Truth Social. I know, Dawn, you sent that to us in our group text yesterday. But WHYY.org, I'm reading from. I just want to credit them. Montgomery County officials doubled down on DEI initiatives amidst the Trump administration cuts. And this was actually late last week. The Montgomery County Board of Commissioners is adding 4 new positions to the county's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And they have authorized the hiring of 2 deputy chief DEI officers, a director of immigrant affairs, so we can bring that back to illegal immigration, and a senior administrative assistant. Remember Neil Makhija? He's the chair of the Montgomery County Board of Commissioners.
Oh, yeah.
Remember he tweeted back in the fall he was the first one to cast a ballot in the election, and it was kind of premature, and we talked about him, doing that whole photo op. Big-time Trump hater. He says, by fostering representation, that includes our entire community, we can continue to hire the best of the best, ensuring our workforce is as innovative, skilled, and diverse as the people we serve. And he goes on and on through this list of individuals that will be hired and all the amount of people that are going to have either diversity, equity, or inclusion in their job titles, which is just, as a county resident, as somebody has to pay taxes in a very expensive county, granted, my choice to live there, I signed up for it, but they just raised taxes again, and you're going to try to spin it to me under the mantra of DEI in a day and age in America where a majority of Americans are done with DEI, corporations are ditching it, we are returning to merit-based principles in hiring, in promotion, in admissions across the board, and you're going to try to spin it to me that you're hiring the best of the best when we know DEI, in many cases, does not hire the best of the best, but yet you're going to charge me more to live in your county, and I presumably 70, 80, 90% of the time will get less for my money. What was the number? I think, Dawn, you threw it out multiple times in the news or in conversation. I think Montgomery County up taxes another 3% or something to that effect.
It's multiple times now. But, Nick, equity does not happen by chance. It requires deliberate action and sustained commitment.
Mm-hmm.
That's what their vice chair said. They say this is a transformative investment, Montgomery County, so you should be willing to pay.
Yeah. Just fix 202, okay? I don't care about your DEI. I care about my tires and my shocks and my struts on my truck. 855-839-1210. Also, if you have a chance, we're not going to have time for it on the show. I did have it planned. But if you want to read about how DEI actually makes students and individuals unhappier and actually drives a racial divide, go to reason.com. The University of Michigan spent $250 million on DEI, and they ended up finding out, based on an exhaustive review by the New York Times, that it backfired and actually made people angrier, those who were the beneficiaries of DEI hiring practices.
Because most people want to know that they got there on
the merits of their own abilities.
Exactly.
Yep.
Nobody wants to think that they were given a job.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like I have friends that were, they worked in a family business, and when their parents or grandparents or whatever retired, they were handed the business. They to this day will still say like that, they didn't. They feel ashamed, like their grandparents did it. They didn't earn it. They just kind of inherited it.
Yeah.
And they worked their balls off.
Yes.
So
I say that to my brother-in-law all the time. He graduated high school and went right into my mother and father-in-law's family catering and concession business, and he's been there 26 years.
Yeah.
I give it to him all the time. I'm like, you didn't earn that. Dad just gave you that.
But most of them work.
Yeah, no, he works
super hard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just you're given your lot in life, and make the best of it.
Yep.
Take the ball and run with it.
There you go. All right. ICE raids in Philly, DEI in Montgomery County. If you want in, 855-839-1210. News to kick off the second hour, and then we will get to the freezing of federal funds from Donald Trump. As he said, he was going to chop down the size of the federal government. He wasn't kidding. Hour 2 is next.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Make your home renovation dreams come true with Emmons Remodeling.
We handle everything from concept to completion, delivering beautiful, functional spaces for you and your family to enjoy.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts ensure your project is completed on time and on budget.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 7:01, hour number 2, off and running here on a Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet? Well, we will all find out together coming up at 7:45. Tony Bruno live from Florida at 8:30 on a day in which RFK Jr.'s confirmation hearing is coming up at 10.
I was just going to say, I looked up, because Caroline Kennedy wrote that scathing rebuke of her cousin. I just looked up. I was like, oh, Caroline Kennedy, good God. Those Kennedys don't age well. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul Tiers, for sending me that email in the middle of the night.
That was brutal.
They're all scumbags.
Just, that's your family, man.
Here's the thing. I don't know the inner workings of the family, but didn't Caroline support Uncle Teddy? Yeah. Uncle Teddy, who killed a woman?
Disgusting, wretched family. Yep.
I wish the Kennedys would go away. Please. We've had enough of Camelot and the dynasty.
Help me understand this.
Go away. Well, not that Kennedy.
Not that Kennedy. No relation down in Louisiana.
Actually, he can go away, too, because he's buying into propaganda, too.
Yeah, he's probably got skeletons as well.
Did you see the everybody's sending me the thing of what he said about the Odyssey takeover?
Oh,
the Odyssey takeover.
The fast track.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy, for the first time I have to dunk on you.
Oh, God.
All right. Yeah, over under 3.5 times by the end of January on how many times I screw up Caroline Kennedy versus Caroline Levitt.
Well, she's actually Schlossberg, right? That's her married name.
Schlossberg.
Caroline Kennedy.
Yeah.
Schlossberg.
We'll add that to the spelling bee in 2026. All right, let's get to the news, and then we're going to get to Trump's federal funding freeze, where federal workers have until February 6th to resign in order to get some of their payouts and buyouts and benefits for extended months. Much better than a lot of radio severances packages, as I can relate to from 5 years ago. But that's neither here nor there. Time for the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good Wednesday morning, January 29th. We are sponsored this Windy Wednesday, sponsored by First Bank this morning. So across Pennsylvania and New Jersey, officials reacting to President Trump's order to temporarily put a pause on that federal financial aid. What are lawmakers here saying as they say they're trying to figure out which programs may be impacted by this? But his executive orders really are related to issues like DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and environmental efforts that are the targets of the spending crackdown, if you will. So here in Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro is calling this very chaotic. But many, and also in New Jersey, I know Governor Phil Murphy, he was putting out statements. They're trying to figure it out, and they're saying that they're panicking over this. However, a federal judge has blocked the order, and this gives everybody until next Monday. So that's the latest, that they do have some time now to figure all of this out. But the media, that was, I think, in Caroline Levitt's first news conference yesterday. At one point, I think she said, "You've now asked me the same question 4 different times."
Mm-hmm.
It was all spelled out. If people just went to whitehouse.gov,
right,
maybe they could have put it on the big screen, had somebody pointing it out to them so they could see it was in writing.
Yeah.
Which programs, because the media is saying, well, is this going to affect, different food programs, different social programs like Social Security or things like that? No.
How many times did Karine Jean-Pierre get asked the same question 4 different ways in 2 years? I'm going to say 0.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just think in this one, it shows you what they wish to focus on.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So the bias by omission. And by the way, no, I did not hear or see anybody talk about the hostages held day 481.
481.
480 today. 481 days they've been held by terrorists down in caves.
Yeah. Well, that has to take a back seat to somebody that's losing a federal job.
Yeah. So locally here we have an 18-year-old young man who we now know has died. 24 hours ago, we had told you that the report was that he was on life support after he fell from a light pole during celebrations Sunday night after our Eagles NFC Championship clinch the big win over the weekend. But we know that this happened at 15th and Market Streets in Center City, Philadelphia. According to police, he had been rushed to Jefferson Hospital with that brain injury from severe head trauma. And they're investigating this as well as all of those other incidents. But Temple University putting out more information, as we talked about earlier this morning, on this 18-year-old, really star gymnast that we've been talking about, and people reacting to that. And the investigation now turns to, were those light poles and the one that he climbed, were they greased? That seems to be one of the focuses here.
My question is, we just saw this for winning the NFC Championship. What happens 10 days from now if the Eagles win the Super Bowl? And what is this administration, Sherrell Parker, City Council, Philadelphia Police, what are you preparing to do to prevent we had tragedy, we had death, we have arrests, we have officers injured, we have cars plowing through human citizens. What are you going to do different this time? Because you have 2 weeks to be prepared. And ultimately, personal responsibility, arrest these fools, do what you have to do. But what measures will be put in place to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again? Or to a lesser extent? Or is the government just going to sit on their hands and then throw out thoughts and prayers afterwards? That's what I want to know.
Well, we have Temple students there grieving the death of their fellow student, a freshman. We also have the Maple Shade School District, information about a tragedy that struck there after an employee, a school bus driver, was killed in an accident that happened yesterday afternoon outside Maple Shade High School. This is Burlington County. And they said that one of their beloved staff members tragically died in an accident that happened in the school bus garage there. And the bus driver, reportedly another bus apparently backed into this individual, realized it, stayed on scene. That school bus driver is not facing charges or anything like that. But we know that the employee not identified yet, and we don't have the other information on it. But I think the classes in Burlington County and the Maple Shade School District, as a result of this, I believe that classes have been canceled as of today. We're hearing about that.
Okay.
So we have that going on in New Jersey for you, just local stories. And we also have, I'll mention, 4 Philadelphia police officers who were assaulted during the Sunday championship celebrations. They are still recovering from their injuries after being assaulted. Multiple incidents, but we have at least 2 arrests and those individuals charged with aggravated assault. I want to keep that top of mind as we follow through on what happens to those individuals who were charged. So we'll continue to follow that one. We have also the ICE law enforcement moving in Philadelphia. We've talked about this across the nation, but this is on a local car wash arresting 7 men. We don't know if the 7 men who are non-citizens, illegals, what their criminal record is. In the past, they have released to us charges those individuals who are being swept up by ICE.
We don't even have names yet, do we?
We don't have names.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for that information.
Mm-hmm.
The allegation that is being made by local advocates who were very quick to hold rallies, several of them, they're saying that these individuals are family men and that they were not these violent criminals.
Yeah, I'm tired of the family man excuse. Every time I hear somebody breaking the law, he's a family man. I don't care. He's a non-law abiding family man. Jeez.
Like Dawn with Zachary Rao.
Yeah, so
hi, I'm Johnny I'm Johnny Cochran, and my defense is he's a family man.
well, let's take that on. So let's think about all the J6ers. There's another mom with kids in Pennsylvania. I mean, there are all these J6ers who have been jailed.
How about the one that was
over 4 years?
How about
over
the one that
4
was
years
killed yesterday by the law enforcement?
I know,
because he couldn't stay out of trouble
at
a
routine traffic stop.
24 hours after being pardoned, dude couldn't stay out of trouble.
Recidivism, man, it's a big issue in this country.
But J6ers, jailed for years. Many of them picked up, like locally, Zachary Real. He was never charged. He was never convicted of anything violent at all. It was that seditious conspiracy charge. But as far as, think about law and justice, and think about in the first hour when we talked about, a guy who had more than 2,000 sicko images of child assault videos, pictures in a school in Bucks County, and that dude got probation.
Maybe his public defender told Judge Patrick, what's his face, my client's a pedophile, but he's a family man, and he never took pictures of his kids. Well, they weren't his kids. He should get 3 years probation.
So we got that going on.
Ugh.
There was a story, and this is going viral. These charges are expected today, and the pictures of this make me. This is we love animals, so these are two individuals. This is Lebanon County, this is Pennsylvania, and this has gone viral everywhere with these snowmobile riders who are out on a field, and they see one of these little red foxes.
Yeah.
And I have a whole family of foxes right behind our house. And
yep.
So they're chasing them in these snowmobiles.
Oh, these people.
And run over the little fox, and it's trying to run as fast as it can. And these two, it's just really icky to see that.
So here's what we
gone
should do
viral.
to these guys. We should get them off of the snowmobile, put them on 202, and then I'll chase them with my Honda Ridgeline. See how they like it.
Well, they can outrun that.
Well, it is only 6-cylinder.
So the riders are being accused of illegal harassment of wildlife, and attempted unlawful taking of a red fox.
Everybody just calm down. We're just trying to add a little levity to the program this morning.
I know, but think about what we're talking about. So I'll be curious to see if the snowmobile riders and it's not clear if they killed the fox. Yeah. So I don't have that information, but they're riding over it. But I'll ask you this: who gets a stiffer penalty? The snowmobile riders running over, in this sick game of, running over a fox, or the Bucks County
pedophile? Oh yeah,
it's a bold question.
Yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he's not a pedophile, I guess.
No,
well,
alleged, but he's a convicted. He is sentenced of thousands of documented videos
allegedly,
and images of sicko child materials on his phone, computer, and was even looking at it while he was in a Bucks County school.
We had some baby red foxes by my daughter's bus stop, and this happened between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think. And the baby red fox snatched up a little squirrel and took it in his mouth, jogged across Township Line Road, didn't get hit by any vehicles, and then disappeared through somebody's fence.
Jill writes something that I 100% agree with. I think everybody on the show agrees with. One sign of a serial killer is abuse of animals.
Yes.
Right?
That's how it starts, right?
Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yes.
If you have a child or a teenager who's abusing animals, off them right now.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Because there's nothing good in their future.
Yeah.
So
Jimmy Kelly.
smother them with a pillow.
Yes, I agree. Jimmy Kelly makes a good point in our group show text. He says it's amazing that people can find any motor vehicle and just create havoc and give it a bad reputation. Think about all those car meetups that we have in the city with the donuts and the disruptive and the chaos. Now we've got people on snowmobiles. Just drive the vehicle the way it was intended to be driven. How about that?
By the way, Nick,
instead of running down animals.
Apparently, you're being called out by a lot of people for
Good.
saying
What?
human citizens. Did you say human citizens? This is MAGA Man who's right.
Let me just.
Well, MAGA Man, remember when they tried to say that elephants were citizens or whatever? They lost that.
It's been a while since we've had this conversation. So Phil, bring let's go tight shot here.
Uh-oh.
So
the one shot.
So they call this thing, around Christmas they call it the holiday book, right?
Oh boy.
All right.
You don't have to.
Highest rated morning show holiday book in 17 years. Okay, so don't worry about what I say. Just know that you hang on every word I do say, whether it's proper or improper, and you can't quit. 17 years. Think about where you were in 2007. Okay?
I was still here.
4 hours a day, 20 hours a week. Dawn Stensland, 6 hours a day, 30 hours a week.
I'm just beating myself.
Unless you can do it better, and you can apply. Go to Odyssey.com.
Yeah, that done. I'm beating myself.
Come try to take my job. You will fail.
Stop. I'm so superstitious. I swear to God.
I'm joking, MAGA Man. I'm just having fun with
I'm
it.
lighting candles right now. So I never talk about this stuff because I'm superstitious. Speaking of which, Happy New Year's Eve, because this is the Lunar New Year. This is the Chinese New Year's Eve.
I'm sorry, Road Warrior. Road Warrior says my ratings are the goodest.
Insanely big. Well, what did Trump say? Bigly?
Be best, baby.
Bigly?
God.
The numbers are bigly.
Be best.
I need a Road Warrior cam that can just comment
know.
along.
Oh,
Well, but he would have like his identity protected. He'd be like the
That's a fun
TV
idea.
shows where you have the shadow over the person.
Yeah, he can just comment along to everything we say. It's amazing.
That's a fun idea. I love that.
I love all.
I
of
want
you.
him and 91 LSXer. Those are my two. Those are my two spirit animals.
That- Well, speaking of spirit animals,
Yeah, well, you were saying anniversary.
This is New Year's Eve because tomorrow, this is the New Year falls today, January 29th. So Happy New Year.
Yeah.
It's the year of the snake.
The snake.
The snake. So it's a year ironically, it's a year of transformations and new beginnings. Think of a snake as it sheds the old skin or whatever. So a lot of celebrations through Chinatown, family-friendly festivals in Philadelphia, Penn Museum, Please Touch Museum, Franklin Square, traditional, all the lion dances. This is I think 11% of our population is celebrating this because it's not only Chinese, it's also if you're Taiwanese, Vietnamese, celebrate this. It's actually the biggest holiday of the year. My son Michael went down to Chinatown last night with friends from Penn State.
Yeah.
They were celebrating. So it's a really, this is in New York State, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a state holiday. They have off school today.
Is that right?
That's how big of a. So I don't know if you were aware.
No, I was not. But two things on this. One, I'm petrified and terrified of snakes. I've told you guys a story that we had a snake in the garage in Nashville, and my wife was the one that took care of it. And
She did.
I was prancing around in my slippers. Exactly.
Oh God.
And secondly,
Kristen, we love you.
Speaking of going down for Chinese food and bizarre animals, have you ever had eel? Have you ever eaten eel?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Eel is tremendous.
Yeah, it's good.
Highly recommend.
It's usually like they cook it.
Yes. You just don't want it to be greasy. If it's a little too greasy, then it gets. But if
That means it's bad.
yeah. Try eel, folks.
So it's the year of the snake.
Snake.
And by the way, now and all this Kung Fu Panda, all this is going through. What is so I'm a dragon. So yesterday we said goodbye to the year of the dragon, and the year of the snake is upon us.
Not the trouser snake.
Right.
That's
Not the
someone
what?
said.
I'm a Capricorn.
That's what Gary said in the YouTube.
Trouser snake.
Capricorn. I'm a Gemini dragon.
All right, we have to break.
All right, we got to break. So we got to go to First Bank, ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner. Count on First Bank for personalized support, smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. All you have to do, just go ahead and visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. So thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring Kill & Company News Live. Shout out to Tyrese Maxey, 43 points. Sixers beat the Lakers 118-104. Who needs Joel? Who needs Paul George?
Yeah.
Without all of them. Tonight we
Yes.
take on the Sacramento Kings.
Okay. I saw that LeBron was hanging around last night talking to a couple of Eagles that were in the house for that game.
That's
To which
kinda
I
cool.
say, just stay away, LeBron. I don't need your jinx and your mush on my
What do you think
football
is
team.
bad mush?
Bad juju.
Well, it won't be mushy today, but it will be windy, but 50 degrees.
Okay.
Kill & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We'll get to the federal workers who might have to resign by February 6th. And as far as the federal funding being frozen, speaking of trouser snake stalker, did you know that the State Department was sending $50 million worth of condoms to Gaza on an annual basis? That comes to an end as well. No more free love gloves for terrorists. We're back after this here on Kayal & Company.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built an amazing reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From the custom cabinets that they do in-house, yes, I'm talking about a local company, Kitchen Magic, to the countertops, the backsplashes, and all those all-important storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Just go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive.
So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Hi, I'm Mike Veneria Jr. with Prosperity Private Wealth. Your retirement dreams can become reality if you have a plan. I specialize in retirement and legacy planning. We provide custom solutions to help you navigate through your finances today while helping you build a strong financial portfolio for tomorrow. Take control of your financial future. Call me, Mike Veneria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Mustard. Kayal and Company rocking and rolling on a Wednesday.
Can I say something real fast?
Absolutely. Marcus Aurelius says it's the year of the stalker anyway. So what the hell?
So this is, I just got this message from Dennis, who said that, I didn't even realize I said this. Apparently he's offended by something I said. He said, when Dawn in the 6 o'clock news was talking about the child that was left in a car, I said I wouldn't leave my kid in a car alone in Strawberry Mansion, but I would in a white neighborhood.
You said white fence neighborhood.
I said a white picket fence neighborhood. It has nothing to do with color.
Yeah.
By the way, the people who live directly across the street from me are African Americans. There's, you know what I mean? So like, it has nothing to do with race.
Yeah.
I'm just saying on a white picket fence suburban street.
You need to paint your fence. Why do you have a white fence?
Yeah.
My God, people just see race in everything.
Uh-huh.
What is wrong with you people?
It's unbelievable.
I thought this was supposed to be the tough radio station where nobody's offended by anything.
I've been saying that for 2 years.
People are offended by everything. It's nothing to do with race.
Well, our friend Dennis he hasn't had his coffee yet.
All right.
I don't even know what the
Just
makeup.
heard white something.
I don't even know what the makeup of the neighborhoods are in Strawberry Mansion. I just hear it on the news as not a great section of Philadelphia.
Well, you used to have kind of like the metal,
people are just
aluminum black fence, which is a nice look, and the old school wood brown fence. And now they have these like white plasticky looking fences that you can't see anything into. I think that's a symbol of white supremacy. I think they should be taken down and rescinded and taken away from Home Depot, Lowe's, and any other place you could buy them.
By the way, Dennis says that I need to give a public apology on the radio. I will apologize for nothing I say.
Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
I think he misheard you because Greg, I can vouch for it, talked about his white picket fence.
You could easily go back and
he did say white picket fence. I
I'm
swear
going
to
to come
you.
on the radio and say, only white neighborhoods. I will leave. No.
Jimmy Kelly, pull that because I heard you say it.
Yeah, he
He's
said
gonna play
white
it back.
picket fence.
I don't need to play it back. I just need to clarify what an angry snowflake has to say.
I know.
Ugh.
I could use a fence. I could use a new fence.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
fences.
looking for a property with a fence because I've got a yellow lab that needs to do 87,000 laps a day.
I shouldn't have said white picket fence because it's majority white fences, like the what are they called? The big white fences. They're made of like, I don't know, rubber or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the best I love the
fencing
aluminum,
knowledge.
the black aluminum. It looks
Yeah.
like wrought iron, but it's aluminum, so it lasts forever.
Yeah. There you go. Marcus Aurelius says all citizens are humans, but not all humans are citizens. Should be a nice slogan, right? How about that? All right, so this is a big story, and I, as somebody that's fiscally conservative and wants Trump to be tighter with the money than he was the first time around, the administration offering to pay federal workers who resigned by February 6th, another campaign promise that he ran on and that he is delivering: smaller government, lower taxes, less of a deficit, more freedom. If you're a libertarian or a small government individual, you absolutely love this. A couple of highlights from Axios that breaks it down. They say that this is the unprecedented purge of the federal workforce. And as long as they resign by February 6th, they will be taken care of. Now, what that includes, the White House expects 5% to 10% of federal employees to accept the offer. The administration projects that the buyouts could ultimately save taxpayers up to $100 billion a year. The offer applies to all federal employees who were full-time, except for the following services and or branches and departments, which include military personnel, the Postal Service, and those working in immigration enforcement or national security. So essentially, we are keeping the essentials and cutting and gutting out the fat. I love this. And you look at some of the details specifically. Quote, the government-wide email that was sent out today, this is according to Axios, from a senior administration official in the Trump administration, said the following: it's to make sure that all federal workers are on board with the new administration's plan to have federal employees in office and adhering to higher standards. We're 5 years past COVID, and just 6% of federal employees work full-time in office. That is unacceptable. Speaking of unacceptable, Marco Rubio also highlighting some of the freezing of foreign aid, which happened over the weekend, which included pulling millions of U.S. dollars that were being spent and sent with funding for condoms in Gaza. In the first ever briefing yesterday, Caroline Levitt said that DOGE and the OBM found that there was about 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money. And the worst part is, and they're talking about the human elements of sexual protection and reproductive rights for those in that world, that portion of the world. But did you know that the terrorists in the Middle East actually use these condoms as a way to conceal and deploy terrorist activities and weaponry on innocent civilians and kill people?
By the way, Andrew Miller is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Israeli Palestinian Affairs, and he said that that quote is a feverish dream. He says it's possible that $50 million is put aside for sexual health or something of that nature, which would include gynecological and many other services, but definitely not condoms alone.
My rebuttal to Mr. Miller would be, I do not need $50 million, whether it's condoms, gynecologist appointments, or anything. Why are we, the United States, as somebody, I'm a lot like Sean Farish in this regard. You know, I know it's a pipe dream. I know we will never have $0 in federal funding to other countries. It's a great idea for America first. It's not feasible. It'll never happen. Trump could be in the White House for the next 50 years. It will never happen. That being said, that $50 million could go to Kensington before it goes to Gaza and reproductive rights in the Middle East.
Or Strawberry Mansion.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, it's as simple as that. Dawn, your thoughts on the federal funding and the freezing? Because I know a lot of people are going to come up with examples and scenarios of how they're being wronged and denied care or a service. Your thoughts?
Well, I think, number one, let's take you here to Pennsylvania. So Governor Shapiro, and I'll say New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, New Jersey, what they are claiming is that all of this has an immediate impact. Now, it's all been frozen, but they're claiming this could have an immediate impact on Pennsylvanians. And some of the DEI hiring freezes, that sort of thing, that Shapiro, I think the number he gave was it affects 6,000 state employees or 6,000 employees across the state and municipalities across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we're going to find out. But in this, and I know Trump as well, it affects education because he's saying they would withhold federal funding from educational institutions, for example, that continue to teach critical race theory. So we're seeing local schools, and they're all coming up with their different. I know North Penn, they're across the region, that local schools are doubling down on all of this.
Yep.
And so local schools are pushing back on all of this, continuing with their DEI, continuing with all of this. My view, if I really zoom out, because you say, well, what is Trump trying to do? The big picture here is, number one, I think he's trying to shrink the government.
Yes.
And shrink the budget and provide some level of transparency. So the deal is that, everybody's saying, well, what does this affect? Nobody really knows because you have so much money being doled out. And this is internationally, but it's also in our schools. Yeah. That's what you realize. The tentacles of this DEI go into pretty much everything.
Oh, absolutely.
So the goal here now is to find out, well, how it's kind of like, let's say you have a tree with roots and it's going into your basement, right? So you got to figure out all of this where the roots are now, they're white, they're going around your septic and the pipes and you know what I mean, all underneath the foundation of your home. So you got to figure out how you can literally root out that situation, because otherwise, what does it do to the foundation of your home?
Yeah.
It provides cracks in the foundation. And then before you know it, you have a flood. Then before you know it, you have a sinkhole. And now the home is messed up. That's basically, I'm trying to give something figurative here to try to say that's the parable for what I think Trump ultimately is trying to do, restore the foundation and protect the foundation by which this nation is built upon.
Yeah.
And part of that is fiscal responsibility, but also ethics involved in what's happening and what is creeping into our institutions. And what they're using then is what we see is this emotional pushback.
Yeah.
And so don't let them fool you. That's not what this is.
Well, that's it. That's the pushback. There's no logical legal pushback on illegal immigration and ICE customs enforcement. It's all emotional, fear pandering, fear mongering stuff that they're trying to throw back because they have no leg to stand on from a legal standpoint, from a logic standpoint. And look, I think we all want more money in our pockets. But you know what? Right now, you look at the cost of eggs. Why is it so high? I read yesterday 29% of the egg producers in this country have been killed by the bird flu. That's why. So you can't bring that price down right now because we don't have enough, egg manufacturing going on, so to speak. Gas prices are back up a little bit. So what's the quickest way, perhaps, to get a little more money in your pocket? Lowering your taxes.
Patrick writes, our homeless vets get screwed, but our enemies get the condoms.
Think about that. Yes. What about our military veterans? I just recorded a commercial for our Veteran Spotlight. Our next individual that'll be in here next Wednesday, a week from now. I want him taken care of before I have somebody in Palestine, any region of the Middle East. I don't care if it's Iraq, Afghanistan. I don't care about your reproductive rights. I care about Americans first.
Well, somebody wrote on the YouTube chat, and I agree with it. Do we really want those people procreating?
No.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like maybe condoms are the best thing for them. So
I agree.
They don't breed more the terrorists.
Yes, wholeheartedly.
I'm talking
agree.
about Hamas, not the people of Gaza,
yes,
the Palestinians. Since I have to,
yes.
I have to say everything with a disclaimer now because I don't want to offend somebody.
Right.
Well, that's just it. When you think about even during the news conference, we're watching on monitors here with Caroline Levitt yesterday, and everybody's worried about what's going to happen with if you take away the funding from DEI, or what's going to happen if you separate families and you're moving in and arresting illegals here. And by the way, all they're talking about today too, these advocacy groups for illegals, among them, is that, when Trump signs into law, the Laken-Riley law, the act will go into law. They're saying, they have to say her name.
Yeah.
So they're saying the Laken-Riley Act is bad because, any crime that an illegal committed, that makes it a speedy way for the government to extricate that person and deport them. But I will say this, then I looked up at another monitor, and they had the Tunnel for Towers, and all these veterans who and their families, and they come home and they're maimed and they're injured and they're recovering and have no legs and this and that. And here, through private foundations, we're all donating the $11 a month, because these programs that are spending, I don't even know. We don't even know how much money, and not taking, to your point of taking care of the veterans.
Yeah.
And that to me is infuriating. And for those who say, well, this is up to Congress.
Right.
Congress has to approve the spending. Oh, really? Did Congress go through and do this? Because some of this was, and that's just it. That's why we're learning about this. This wasn't all congressional in the sense that these were executive orders with DEI.
Yeah.
They were put in other sneaky ways. That's what I'm talking about with the tentacles of this.
You're absolutely right. Look, I would love to have all Americans taken care of and buttoned up before we ever send money elsewhere. But I also give the caveat or the disclaimer of, look, if something unforeseen happens that you couldn't prevent from happening, I want our vets taken care of, the whole bit. But, if you have diabetes and it's because your doctor told you you have to stop eating all that candy and you kept eating the candy and ultimately it harmed you, personal accountability, personal responsibility.
You're talking about type 2 diabetes.
Yes. For the people out there that are kind of the result of their own poor choices or lack of discipline. But you know what? At the end of the day, when it comes to this federal freezing of funds, this is what Americans voted for. I've got a morning consult poll in front of me right here from yesterday. Approve or disapprove of Trump's handling of said following categories. National security, Trump is plus 21. Immigration, plus 20. The economy, plus 17. Foreign policy, plus 16. Energy, plus 15. Taxes, plus 13. Trade, plus 13. Healthcare, plus 9. Medicare and Social Security, plus 7. His only two negatives right now, -2 for abortion, -6 for LGBTQ rights.
Yeah, that's what nobody can cry and say, I can't believe all of this is happening, when the guy ran on all of this stuff. And
he said what he was going to do.
100%. So all the people that are bitching and complaining about it, if you didn't want this to happen, then you should have voted another way or stayed home, or not stayed home, or done something.
Or the Democrat Party could have given you an option instead of just trotting in and inserting Kamala Harris. And, oh, by the way, running on fringe communities. I mean, it was a neglect of the economy, immigration, but it was all about LGBTQ and climate change and abortion, all things that certainly factor into the political spectrum, but it wasn't the biggest piece of the pie. Trump focused on the big pieces of the pie, and Kamala Harris was nibbling around on the crust, right? Like that guy that used to eat the Reese's peanut butter cups by starting around the edge. Not me. I just bite that sucker right in half. I don't start around the trim. No way. 855-839-1210. Let me grab Michael in Abington before we get to the cut sheet. Michael, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, how you doing? I'm a conservative, hardcore conservative, but some things have frightened the hell out of me that's happened in the last couple of days. I worked a lot to raise money for pediatric AIDS. Elizabeth Glazier out in California, working very hard. PEPFAR is now the people have picked up a lot of that. A day or two ago, basically this country cut off all AIDS drugs to the world. Instantly cut them off. They walked into the places in Washington and California that run all this, said, you're fired, we're seizing your computers. And you talk about optics. I don't care about condoms. I don't give a rat's butt, but I do care about this. If Donald Trump gets up there and says, I have just cut off all these policies that short term will allow 22 million people to die to save some money, maybe including Magic Johnson. And it's good for the bottom line. You talk about his ratings. Say that on TV. Be honest. I think he's a very honest man.
Well, two things. Magic Johnson's the only guy. Hold on a second. Two things. Magic Johnson's the only guy to ever contract HIV and actually gain weight. That's number one, because he had the money to handle all of that. I'm actually reading it from the New York Times. You're right. He's halted HIV drug distribution in poor countries.
Foreign aid.
Yes, foreign aid, not for Americans. And again, this is an American first agenda. You might not like it, but it's about serving and making sure that the American citizens are getting what they need, and or we're trimming fat and not spending money to be the global police, the global banks, the global healthcare system. Why are we making sure everybody else is good before we're good? Now, if it was in America, I would have more of an issue with it, but I would also say this. If you contract AIDS, that might be on you. Dirty syringe, no condom, whatever it might be. Sorry. I mean, I feel bad for you, but personal accountability and responsibility, right?
Well, yeah, but you didn't hear me when I started talking to you. I said I work for pediatric AIDS. So let's say Dawn's children all had pediatric AIDS and from blood transfusions.
But you know, this has this has nothing to do with what you're talking about. And I understand you. I actually have some dear friends who adopted children from Ethiopia because
they were born with
parents,
AIDS and it was not their fault.
The parents were born.
Yes.
The children were born with AIDS. The parents died. I have several friends here in Philadelphia like that. So I understand what you're saying. First of all, it has nothing to do with my kids because it has nothing to do with American children. We're talking about foreign aid. And a piece of this is that I do hope they quickly, to your very point, they quickly get this in order and parse through this. What they're saying is, and this is an umbrella, right? This is a big umbrella that they're saying we're cutting this off until we get rid of these DEI type situations within this. So the problem with what you're saying, I have no doubt that and by the way, there's a judge's freeze. It's frozen now until next Monday. They have to figure this out.
Yeah, until the February 10th, right?
Until they have a freeze. But the problem with all of this is that when you have this kind of disruption, and I think that's to your point, when you have this kind of disruption, what does that mean? And that really should add the urgency. So let's extract all the DEI stuff, all of, which by the way, internationally, they don't want it anyway. Get rid of that stuff. Let the foreign aid that was intended to help like children with HIV, let that go to them.
Right.
I agree with you.
Right.
That should create the urgency by which we have. But right now, this is all frozen. So nobody's being denied this.
And kudos to Michael in Abington for working,
God bless you.
with children that unfortunately, by no fault of their own have to deal with this. But again, you talked about the emotional heartstrings and what they're doing. Now all of a sudden you throw the word children on top of it. And I'm supposed to feel like I'm the bad guy because I believe in America first. I mean, you're still talking about foreign children. I care more about the children in the United States of America.
Nick, think about what you're saying. Think about what just happened. This is a great example. So look at the New York Times. Look at all the national media. What are they focused on? They're focused on this one issue. They're not really focused on, hey, America, let's go through the list and figure out, well, what is all of this that we give? Where is all this money? And I'm for looking at all of it, including Ukraine. We've talked a lot about that. But let's parse through all of it. But to Michael's point, as far as the life-saving, and it's not just HIV, children with HIV, it's malaria drugs. These are other. So I believe that Michael's correct in what he's saying. More urgency to it to do the aid. We are a giving country. Nobody gives more than the USA.
I know. It's unbelievable.
We are incredible.
We just give it away.
But I have no problem as an American with saying, okay, some of our tax dollars, yes, we're saving children around the world. That's incredible. That's what we all want. But we don't want all of this gobbledygook that's within it that weighs sometimes 3 times the number of the dollars that we're talking about.
I'm more concerned about kids in California that maybe their houses could have been saved because the water was turned off. But, you're making it political. Okay.
Now they have mudslides.
Yeah, now they have
What a
mudslides.
mess.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. What is on the cut sheet? We will find out next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about What a Crock meals. They are so delicious and really do take the stress off of cooking, thinking about what's for dinner, meal planning, all of that. What a Crock, they have tons of meals that do not require a slow cooker as well. So you can boil the meals in the bag like I've done recently, quite frankly. You can cook them in your Instant Pot or just on your stovetop. No prep mess, no stress. If you want to just come home and say, oops, and I've told you this week this happened to me, where I forgot to put it in the crock pot or something happened. So I just take it out of the freezer, put that specialty bag. So it's really just one, pull it out of the freezer, plop it in the boiling water, and I'm good to go for dinner. And it can be very quick. No stress, no prep, and really it makes cleanup so easy too. What are Croc's meals? Everything comes pre-packaged, ready to cook, no prep, no subscription or commitment is required to order. What are Croc's meals? Oh, they make a great gift. Like I've said, I send them to friends, family across the country, people recovering from surgery. Maybe they've had an illness, need a little help. What about new parents, college kids, away from school, want a home-cooked meal, and maybe as a sorry for your loss gift as well? Be sure to try meals from their new winter seasonal menu. Delicious. The classic homemade chili, creamy Swedish meatballs, the hearty beef burgundy, cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup is delicious. Just use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacroc.com. Whatacroc.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:54 Wednesday morning. Yeah. Cut sheet coming up in a matter of moments. Tony Bruno at 8:30. He could very well be in the YouTube chat right now. We have no idea unless he pipes in with a comment. 855-839-1210. Bruno at 8:30. Friday, Joe Conklin will join us starting at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
For lots of laughs. And then Sean Ferris will jump in at 8:30 for even more laughs.
This Friday's show is going to go off the rails.
It is going to be epic.
There's no shot we are keeping the show on the rails on Friday.
No shot. And then on Monday, around 7:45, when we start the cut sheet, we will have an additional cut sheet contributor who will comment along on the show.
Get up, Harry!
I can't tell you who it is. I cannot tell you who it is, but he will riff, rant, and rave on all of the weekend cuts.
Let's go, Harry!
Look, I don't know what his name is. I can't tell you that. Sworn to secrecy.
The company's getting much bigger.
It is. It's just going to be
What's
company
getting
and
much
company.
bigger?
The company.
The company.
Oh.
Not Odyssey itself, but Kayal and Company.
Oh.
Just growing and growing. Remember back in the day as well when when your parents would come in and
We're
say
10 minutes late.
Yeah, I know. We got to tidy up the living room. I'm having company over tonight.
Yeah.
I go back to those days. I have some company over for some coffee. All right, let's get to it. Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem, find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Just a few, because I know a lot of the shows yesterday covered the Caroline Leavitt press conference, but I just want to play this. The egg prices. Everybody's very concerned about egg prices.
Yeah.
All of a sudden now.
And shortages.
Yeah. Even those who don't eat eggs are concerned.
They only sell like one or two.
So this reporter asked Caroline Leavitt if that egg prices have skyrocketed since President Trump took office. What is he specifically doing to lower those costs? Roll it.
And America is back. Christian Daytop.
Thanks, Caroline. Just real quick, you mentioned the inflation executive order the president signed, but egg prices have skyrocketed since President Trump took office. So what specifically is he doing to lower those costs for Americans?
Really glad you brought this up, because there is a lot of reporting out there that is putting the onus on this White House for the increased cost of eggs. I would like to point out to each and every one of you that in 2024, when Joe Biden was in the Oval Office, or upstairs in the residence sleeping, I'm not so sure, egg prices increased 65% in this country. We also have seen the cost of everything, not just eggs. Bacon, groceries, gasoline have increased because of the inflationary policies of the last administration. As far as the egg shortage, what's also contributing to that is that the Biden administration and the Department of Agriculture directed the mass killing of more than 100 million chickens, which has led to a lack of chicken supply in this country, therefore a lack of egg supply, which is leading to the shortage. So I will leave you with this point. This is an example of why it's so incredibly important that the Senate moves swiftly to confirm all of President Trump's nominees, including his nominee for the United States Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who is already speaking with Kevin Hassett, who's leading the economic team here at the White House, on how we can address the egg shortage in this country. As for costs, I laid out the plethora of ways that President Trump has addressed saving costs for the American people over the past week. He looks forward to continuing to doing that in the days ahead. Thank you.
Wow. Did we miss anything? Yes. Bad policies, excessive spending creates inflation, cost of energy. That drives up the cost of everything. And then, of course, you have 29 million egg-laying chickens that have been put down because of the bird flu outbreak. And I thought I saw the percentage. Maybe it was 29 million. I thought it was 29% of all the chickens in this country that produce eggs. So if we lose 30%, I mean, you can't crank out enough and get the discount, the buying, the whole bit. So it is really a trickle-down effect. So it's not just one thing specifically. By the way, I've noticed the cost of eggs up exponentially, obviously, when you buy a carton. But if you get anything in the and I don't have time to make an omelet or anything like that with the time we get up. But I buy the pre-packaged frozen like Bob Evans breakfast bowls that have eggs in it, or those little egg sandwiches, Jimmy Dean type things.
Brother, just you know what you're.
I know
you
I'm
and
gonna
my
die.
husband both
Why does he like Jimmy Dean as well?
loves Jimmy Dean.
Oh, they're great, aren't they? Swear to God. Get me an endorsement.
Just cook something.
I don't have
dude.
time. I get up at the butt crack of dawn.
I know you do, but then find something.
You have to say butt crack of dawn.
I mean, look at me. I've got. Let's go through. I mean, I've got some organic blackberries here.
Good.
Blackberries.
Not racist. See, I went blackberry this time.
Very
I've
good
got
for
my
you.
my black coffee, no cream, no sugar. I've got alkaline water, and I've got a Nutri-Grain bar. And on the way in, I had a banana. The only thing bad in my breakfast, in theory,
All right.
is the Jimmy Dean, whatever. But my point was, those egg sandwiches, granted frozen, they haven't gone up. I've been paying the same price for those for 2 years, probably. I'm wondering why that's the case.
Jake Tapper had on Stephen Miller yesterday to discuss this, and he kind of brought the illegal immigration into the grocery prices because, illegal immigrants, they pick crops for us.
Well, the knee bone's connected to the.
Come on.
That's the inference here.
That's what Strapper's saying.
Like if we deport everybody, then we're gonna have nobody to pick crops. Is basically what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to it. This is cut 14.
Okay.
Cut 14 here, Phil.
A question about, because one of the reasons that President Trump got elected, according to President Trump in an interview, I think it was with Kristen Welker of NBC, was because of grocery prices. Not the only reason, but a reason: high prices, inflation, especially at the grocery. The Department of Agriculture says that between 2020 and 2022, 42% of crop workers were undocumented immigrants. And in many cases, as you know, these migrants do jobs many Americans do not want to do. So how does President Trump make sure that the effort to deport people who are not in this country legally doesn't end up hurting Americans who want safe borders, absolutely, but also don't want to see even more higher prices in groceries?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's not your position, Jake. You're just asking the question that we should supply America's food with exploitative illegal alien labor. I obviously don't think that's what you're implying. Only 1% of alien workers in the entire country work in agriculture. The top destination for illegal aliens are large cities like New York, like Los Angeles, and small industrial towns, of course, all across the heartland, as we've seen with the Biden floods. Mm-hmm. None of those illegal aliens are doing farm work. Those 30,000 illegal aliens that Joe Biden dumped into Springfield.
I'm talking about the ones that are.
No, but I'm explaining this. It's important to understand.
No, you're kind of changing the subject. I mean, I'm talking about the ones.
I will give me 30 minutes. I'll go as deep as you want on this.
We don't
explaining
have
to
30
you and your
minutes.
audience.
I don't have a third. I'm talking about the ones that work in the agriculture industry.
I'm
you can
explaining
come back
to you
and we
your
can talk
audience.
about the ones in the cities. I swear.
I'll do the whole answer. The illegal aliens that Joe Biden brought into our country are not full stop doing farm work. They are not. The illegal aliens he brought in from Venezuela, from Haiti, from Nicaragua, they are not doing farm work. They are in our cities collecting welfare. As for the farmers, there is a guest worker program that President Trump supports. Over time as well, we will transition into automation, so we'll never have to have this conversation ever again. But there's no universe in which this nation is going to allow the previous president to flood our nation with millions and millions of illegal aliens who just get to stay here. And we are especially not going to allow a subset of those illegal aliens to rape and murder our citizens. So we are going to unapologetically enforce our immigration laws, and as I'm sure you will celebrate, we are going to unleash the power and might of the U.S. government to eradicate the presence of transnational threats on our soil.
So you have 1%. And first of all, we already know that ICE, Homan, and the whole bit with Kristi Noem, they're going after the most violent predators out there with assaults, rapes, murders, child molestation, and then they're working their way down. And if that number is correct, 1%, as Miller says, well, then 1% is not going to create this financial crisis like Jake Tapper is trying to insinuate. Maybe stick Tapper with Acosta. When's his deal up?
I would say this, too. Remember when we covered this extensively, it was March of this year, the Key Bridge. Remember, it was struck and that
in Baltimore.
Baltimore, and it was in Maryland, and it was struck by a Singapore, the ship Dolly.
Mm-hmm.
And remember that we learned that the men killed were men, hardworking family men who were here, who were hired, but they were here. They were non-citizens. They did not have American citizenship.
Mm-hmm.
You never heard about those 6 men ever again. And I want to point out to you that people like that who are hired, and I don't know how that happens because that's a union town, but a lot of these individuals you could take the aspect of they're taken advantage of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And so these men never committed a crime in their life. Their families were here. They were hardworking guys. And we learned their names, their wives, their children, all about them.
Yeah.
But they were clearly doing that overnight shift because and the union had to have known these were non-union guys, non-citizens. And so I would just flip this upside down and say, well, isn't this an opportunity in this country to allow people, because they're a non-citizen, they won't join it, they can't join a union, and so you're getting this cheap labor, and then these are the individuals paid cash. Therefore, when they go home to their community, they're more likely to be robbed and victimized. They're not going to report it because they're an illegal. And even when one of these wolves in sheep's cloth comes illegally now into their community, who's some psycho criminal pedophile perv and does stuff, they're less likely to report it.
Yep.
So I would just say this is the kind of situation that if you are pro-immigration, okay, America, let's figure out the pathway for hardworking people who have come from other countries where they were downtrodden, where we want them to get a work visa, where we want these family people, who, by the way, come here with their Bibles and their and their rosaries, and these are family people of faith, and they're hardworking, awesome people. Figure out the pathway, but protecting those who come here and they're emptying the prisons from all these other countries are laughing at us.
By the
Stop
way,
it,
my daughters are laughing at me. My daughter Olivia just fact checked me.
What'd she say?
says, "Daddy, you know why the egg prices haven't gone up on your breakfast sandwiches? It's because you're not buying real eggs."
Wow.
Yeah, my daughter just dunked on me.
Brilliant.
She's smarter
Olivia.
than you are.
She is. She is.
By the way, Stephen Miller actually said something interesting in that argument that they had, not about the substance. I'll let you two discuss the substance. I'm talking more about the. He said, if you had 30 minutes, we could debate this. I think I know what CNN should be. CNN should be like the podcast network. They should do free-form, long-form type interview shows all day long.
So basically, Joe Rogan from sun up till sundown.
Yeah,
I disagree with that because I don't think. Well, they'd have to fire everybody. They don't have. They don't have the right people for that.
Yeah, fire everybody. Completely. What they're doing now is not working. And going back to hard news is not going to work either. What they need to do is reinvent themselves and become like a podcast network on TV. You want to make, people stop streaming things on their phone, put that on TV. I'm telling you. Well, they can put Kayal and Company on in the morning. They can have, long form programming all day long. I think it's a great idea.
Isn't that? I mean, now maybe it's not podcast specifically, but isn't that what the new boss is saying, that they're going all in on the digital aspect? Which I don't know. What does that mean for the television side of programming? Throughout the day. I would say either. So if they don't want to go back to their old roots of boots on the ground, covering things on the front lines like they used to. What about just being a centrist? I mean, you got the labeling already. CNN, centrist news network. Yeah, they're not MSNBC. They're not Fox. They're just straight down the middle. And maybe you have, two people that have left-leaning views, two people that have right-leaning views, some people that are. I think News Nation, Cuomo's trying to be that. And I don't think anybody's buying it.
By the way, 91LS Extra says no one's going to give up real podcasts for commercial break podcasts. Take the podcast formula where there's commercials embedded in the shows and use that model. Anyway, that's for another day.
I disagree with Greg because I love the live news reporting, and that's what CNN was founded on. Yeah. Put Jake
cares about that anymore.
Jake Strapper, as Tony calls him. Put Jake out. Put all of these anchors. Get them out of their suits, off the anchor desk. let them earn their multi-million-dollar salaries and let them survive that way. That's hard work, but it's incredible television. And with drones and everything else we have, use all of that, but report live on these issues. Because if Jake Strapper, as Tony Bruno calls him, if he is at the border or he is wherever, pick a story, it's really hard to spin, the liberal spin when you're right there. When you're right there on the scene, and by the way, communities and people are speaking to you about what's really happening.
Yeah. Two things as far as this media stuff that we were talking about. Number one, before I get to this report that's out there from apparently NPR, we got to share this. I know we talked about this in our group text. You mentioned Jake Tapper or Jim Acosta, who just was basically fired. Rachel Maddow forced to take a pay cut, Joy Reid. Do you actually believe for a second that any of these individuals can earn the money they're making now on television on their own, doing like what Greg just said? Like if Joy Reid
Rachel
says...
Maddow can.
You think she could?
Yes.
You think she can make $20 million on the open market doing what Tucker Carlson does?
I think
Rachel Maddow is.
Yeah, I think she 100% could do what Tucker Carlson is doing and have a following.
Could Jim Acosta?
No.
Jake
Jim Acosta
Tapper
can't do it. Jake Tapper can't do it. Joy Reid can't do it. Rachel Maddow can do it.
Okay.
Rachel, from just an entertainment standpoint, she is very smart, and you may disagree with her philosophically, but she's very smart. She's very good, and she is. I mean, some of her interviews that she's done, even though I think, man, you're putting it on, Mama, but she's very good.
Okay. Also, NPR, taxpayer-funded far left-wing media outlet. I saw this tweet. Actually, Dawn, I think did you send this, Dawn? Somebody in our group sent this.
I forget.
Several hosts. This is if you.
She was drinking last night.
No, I wasn't drinking.
No, that was
I'm
me.
literally just. I mean, we all have whiplash to try to keep up with. It's not even a 12-hour news cycle.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people that listen to this show probably follow Cernovich on Twitter, and he tweeted out the graphic. I'm not sure where the source is from, but it looks valid, and I could totally see this happening. Key employees and officers for NPR and their salaries. John F. Lansing is the president and CEO, $549,000 a year, plus an additional $40,000 a year in other additional income earned, so to speak. Michael Martin, senior host, $444,000. Rachel Martin is a host, $426,000. Wow. There's at least 7 or 8 people on this list making close to $500,000 a year.
Again, if this was the free market and they were putting up ad revenue and all of that stuff, they were getting huge ratings. I have no problem them making as much money as they possibly can or as they're worth. The problem with this is that this is publicly funded. Yep. This is the taxpayers that are funding this. We pay their salaries. They don't have to compete for ad dollars like we here at Odyssey do. They don't have to compete for listeners. It doesn't matter. They can go 10 hours without doing a commercial because then they'll just do some drive and everybody will make money. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous that we have to pay for this crap. Let them compete with stations like 1210 and see if they can gain a freaking ratings point.
Yep. Or a 6-figure salary.
Ugh.
Just a quick note, since you mentioned John Lansing, who I worked for before my husband did, he actually passed away. He actually died just this past summer. Oh. But he was somebody's. I worked for him at CBS. He really was that a man who believed in journalism and was a really good, a genuinely good man. So I will say this: there are a lot of good people who believe in journalism who work for, let's say, NPR. I'm not blasting them, but I think NPR, and we've interviewed. Remember the comedian locally? Who he does comedy on the side, and he was fired, and this happened. So the problem is that many of these great places that NPR started in the 1970s, and I think altruistically it was a neat idea, but they make a ton of money. Look at Sesame Street, all these places, right? They could be a for-profit,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed. I just, I think about our salespeople and our sales managers here who have to go out there and grind and try and get every dollar they can, from advertisers who want to support us. And these fat cats at NPR and WHYY and all those crap networks, they don't have to compete for any of that. And they're sitting back and they earn all this money, and it's it's for the public good. Is it? Is it for the public good?
Or is it state-run media?
It's state-run media is exactly what it is. It's crap.
Yeah.
Well, okay, take
defund
away
NPR. Where's Doge? Defund them.
But so I guess my question is, with all of the media that we have available, even if they're not all the things you just said, even if it's just basically government funded and they fuel a ton of money, my question is, why do we need that?
Yeah.
Why?
It's funny you say that with all the media. I say this as somebody who works in media. There's too much of it.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's diluted. It's watered down. It's oversaturated.
The problem with media now is, and Dawn hinted at this about journalism and all that stuff, is that we have a group of repeaters. Nobody's actually going out and doing the research and doing breaking the stories. We have a bunch of people who comment on things.
Yes.
So that's not because we still need people to be embedded and find stories and do that. So I'm all for stuff like that. We have too many repeaters.
And there's nothing unique. Right? I mean, I would argue, not to pat ourselves on the back here, but we are doing morning talk radio in a different fashion than most major market or mid-market or small market talk stations are doing in 2025. But if you look around and no disrespect to podcasts or, but it's all been like, maybe that's why Rogan is cutting through, or, Tucker Carlson's independent network. A lot of it has all been done before. It's recycled, it's regurgitated, and maybe that's just because the format's been around for so long. You can only come up with so many new ideas. And that's every walk of life. Yeah, you watch professional wrestling. Every character, every bit, it's been done 30 times.
Let me keep rolling with this here, since we have Tony Bruno coming up in the on-deck circle. Going back to the Stephen Miller or Jake Tapper thing, they also talked about the freezing of federal funds and the buyouts for 2 million federal employees. This has cut 16. They'll go.
There's 2 million employees in the federal government. Overwhelmingly, the career federal service in this country is far left wing.
I
don't
know that to be a fact.
Well, I'll give you a great example. We looked at USAID as an example.
That's
98% of the workforce either donated to Kamala Harris or another left-wing candidate, just as an example.
Okay, but
let me just
an entire workforce as having a
wait, whoa. Did you just say that saying someone voted for Kamala Harris is demonizing them?
No,
so according
your suggestion is that there's a bias.
No, but you used the word demonizing. You just said that I'm demonizing somebody by saying they voted for Kamala Harris.
Let's get back on track.
But I am on track.
Okay.
Let me stay on track. What I'm saying to you is this. There are 2 million employees in the federal government.
Right.
They're overwhelmingly left of center. The American people, I got to finish the sentence.
Okay.
I got to finish the sentence. The American people voted for dramatic change implemented by Donald Trump. So it is a...
There you go.
Jake
Good
Tapper.
job.
Jake Tapper.
Go yourself.
I honestly, and I say this, and we were talking in the build-up to the election of, I love the fact that, Vivek Ramaswamy goes on CNN, or Ron DeSantis will go on Meet the Press. And I said, I like to see the politician from a party on the opposing team's home field for media. I think it's great. I'm at the point now, post-election, as we have gathered details and facts, and we now know where the ratings are for CNN and MSNBC and the rejection of legacy media. You know what? The American people, they don't consume CNN anymore. If I'm Stephen Miller and I'm going to be interrupted by Jake Tapper where he says, quote, I don't know that to be a fact. Listen up, Jack. You're not a fact checker, and this is not a back and forth where you're going to interrupt me and then try to sidebar the conversation. You asked me a question. Let me answer it. Do what Nick Kayal does on the cut sheet. He sits through a 90-second clip. He makes mental internal notes in his brain, and then he comes back and rattles off 3 counterpoints. If you can't do that, then quit your job. Shut up and stop interrupting. I hate, with a passion, interviewers that don't let their guests speak. land the damn plane, and then zip it. Shh, shh. Stop. Nobody's watching you anymore anyway.
The world would be a better place if it all operated like we do here on the cut sheet every morning.
I just need to fix everything.
Thank you.
Can I go work for Doge and still do this show?
Let me just insert a little bit of info. So this email going out to 2.3 million federal workers, federal employees, I should say, until February 6th. That's the date, February 6th next week, to decide whether or not you want to take part. It's completely voluntary. If you're interested, you reply to the email from the government account, type the word in, resign.
Yep.
And this offer covers civilian employees except, here are the exceptions, if you work in immigration, if you work in national security related positions, or people working for the U.S. Postal Service, this offer is not for you.
By the way, this is exactly what every other major company does.
Yes.
I'm sure if you work for a major company, your company has done this. They all do buyouts.
Yeah.
They're not telling you have to leave, but hey, if you want to, here's a really sweet severance package.
Yeah.
And by the way, that severance package where you get paid through September is really sweet.
Yeah,
most companies won't do that.
And your benefits will last for the next 8 months.
Yeah.
But to your point, when I got let go in Nashville at the radio station I was at, I got 90 days, and I don't even think my benefits were still. I just got paid.
That's standard for a lot of these things.
So these federal government workers are getting triple what the average casual, normal private company will give you.
And normally they cap this at like $25,000 if there's some kind of a buyout. I just don't understand why the pushback, because in truth, this is completely voluntary. If you don't want to do this, then don't answer the email.
Yep.
It's really that simple.
By the way, we're 25 minutes into the cut sheet, and we've played 3 cuts. So
I'm going to zip it.
No, I don't want you to zip it. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
I'm just making an observation. I have to call out our company, not our company, but one of our radio stations on one of our sister stations out in, I think this is San Francisco or San Jose or something. This is KCBS Radio. It's an all-news station, kind of late. KYW is here.
I think it's Bay Area.
I want to ask you guys what you think about this. Apparently, one of their reporters gets on and starts unmasking vehicles of undercover ICE agents in San Jose. So basically, they're telling the residents, be on the lookout for these cars because they're ICE agents.
Or you could just unmask people that are still wearing a COVID mask in 2025. I agree with that.
Roll the report from KCBS Radio. Again, an Odyssey-owned station. Roll it.
The chances in just a moment. First, though, I'm Brett Burkhardt, and here's what's happening. San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan and Councilmember Peter Ortiz confirmed today that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents are currently carrying out an operation on the east side of town. The Santa Clara County Rapid Response Network, which is a community defense projecting system for immigrant communities against deportation threats, it first reported the activity on its platforms. In a statement to KCBS Radio, Mayor Mahan says the city's police department does not assist with or participate in these operations in any way. The county's response network says agents in San Jose were in unmarked vehicles, including a black Dodge Durango, a gray Nissan Maxima, and white Nissan truck. ICE agents were also reported outside a residence on South White and Tully roads, and officers were reportedly at the target on King and Story roads. Stay with KCBS. We'll be tracking it for you.
What do you guys think about that?
3 words. Obstruction of justice. You cannot intervene or interfere with law enforcement's ability to do their job. Not as a citizen, not as a journalist, not as a media member. If I'm Tom Home and Kristi Noem and ICE, I am immediately finding out if this actually constitutes obstruction of justice and handling that accordingly. You can't be tipping people. Wait. You're an American company.
Yeah.
Go do news in Guadalajara.
Full disclosure, KCBS, it was CBS News, it was CBS Radio like we were initially, and they are, did you say this?
They're Odyssey owned, yeah.
They're Odyssey owned.
Yeah.
But to me, this is a really, this is a common practice that generally speaking in the media, you never identify or out any undercover officer because, of course, you could be putting any undercover law enforcement, you could absolutely be placing them in imminent danger.
Yes.
And this is very unusual that they would report that so specifically with these vehicles. And in fact, I've never even heard of somebody saying, whatever, local law enforcement chasing someone in their, whatever.
I might have to do
in their Ford. You know what I mean? Like normally, why would you give that information unless you're trying to give people a clue as to these are their vehicles? Shame on you.
If the brand manager needs me to voice a new legal ID for them, I can. KCBS AM, the lookouts for the bad hombres. Simulcast on Bay Area 101.1.
Shame.
This ICE agent he's a field officer or a field office director from Chicago was interviewed yesterday. This is cut 8. He says we're targeting the worst first. Roll it.
What we're doing is we're targeting the worst first, right? That's who we're getting. We're focusing on those targets. We're not targeting people in schools. We're not targeting people in churches. We're targeting people who are the worst. There's a chance they're going to go to some of those places, and this administration has kind of taken some of the handcuffs off of us in a way, right? We're leaving the discretion with our officers, and our officers are trained to make good decisions out there, and we support them. And that's the one thing that we have to realize. These officers now, when we could have arrested somebody at a safe facility, right, a jail or a court lockup with 1 or 2 officers, and now we have to go out into the streets. Now most of our teams are at least 10 agents and officers trying to arrest one individual.
I'm hoping, and I know we've seen, or we at least mentioned the clip of the fire that was exchanged at the southern border between Customs and cartel members. Just fingers crossed, knock on wood, that none of these ICE agents, when they go into cities like Atlanta, Philadelphia, Chicago, that they do not end up in harm's way, and hopefully they can catch a lot of these individuals off guard where they do not endanger themselves.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to follow along with the videos. We have all the videos, plus you can see all of our lovely faces and Tony Bruno's lovely face, which will be coming up in about 10 minutes or so. You can watch it all. Make sure if you're watching right now, you hit the like and subscribe button. Also, make sure you hit the little bell there so it can alert you when we go live. We're live every day from 6 to 6, and then we're live sometimes over the weekend, so make sure you hit that bell to alert you when we are live. Yesterday, Chicago's Mayor Johnson held a press conference, and a reporter grilled them about being a sanctuary city because, Chicago was first up, and they're not. The people there are happy, allegedly, but the government there is not. Roll Johnson here.
Could I go back to that invitation from Congress? If you believe, as you said at the beginning, that we are very proud of our welcoming city status, why do you need a legal read on that invitation? It appears at first blush that you're looking for a way out of not testifying. Why would you not be proud to go and say, this is what a sanctuary city is, and here's why we're going to be there?
Well, first of all, I'm proud that we are a strong working class city. If I did specify that we are proud to be a welcoming city, I still mean that. But what I really was hoping to come across, that we're proud of our rich history in the city of Chicago. With that, I will turn that other part over to Mary.
There you go.
No. Thank you very much, Brandon Johnson. It's really hard to believe that Lori Lightfoot could be trumped by somebody that's worse. And yet here, Chicago, Brandon Johnson. And I believe is it Paul? Who did he defeat in that election?
Paul Vallis.
With Philadelphia ties, right?
Paul Vallis they brought him here. He was very popular in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
They brought him here, and everybody was excited that he was going to, fix up our schools as an education czar. And he very quickly said, I'm going to cut out the bureaucracy. And Paul Vallis said, I'm not going to impact teachers. I'm not taking any resources from schools.
Yep.
He went after all those patronage jobs and cut out the middle people. He said, hand in your pagers, no more free cars, no more, free stuff for all of these bureaucrats who were hired at high salaries.
Mm-hmm.
And he soured very quickly. They went, oops, nope, you're bye-bye.
I would love to see what Chicago residents, maybe like in a Chicago Tribune newspaper poll, where they feel right now about illegal immigration, ICE, and what Brandon Johnson's approval rating is. I mean, he makes Sherelle Parker look like Frank Rizzo.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
Yeah.
By the way, Sherelle Parker is being urged, even by these advocacy groups yesterday. I have not heard anything.
Yeah, she's
Crickets.
been mum on this, completely silent.
Isn't that interesting?
You know what I think it is? I think she knows that the opinions of Dawn and I on this show are the correct opinion on it, but she got elected based on people. So I really, and trust me, I do not give Sherelle Parker any passes, but I do think she is on certain issues. She knows which direction she has to go, but it's a direction she doesn't want to
she's
go.
a Philadelphia mom, just like I am.
Family man. No.
She a family woman?
And she's a family woman. That's right.
Yeah.
But look, this is in the African American community across America. We saw this. Either people stayed home or they voted for Trump. But we saw that, and nobody knows that better than Sherelle Parker. So although I definitely think she fears some of those highly activated people that are the, let's say, Krasner voters, the progressives who are highly activated, she realizes that. So she's being smart. But on the other hand, I think that I think her silence speaks volumes.
Yep.
She doesn't have to pay for the extrication of convicted criminals here illegally wreaking havoc in the city of Philadelphia.
Family mom, Dawn Stensland, breaking it down. Boom. Shout out to all my family moms out there. 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno, family man himself, coming up from Florida in just a few moments. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, less than 20 minutes. You can cruise the roads worry-free, and it comes with 3 charging options to choose from, including the portable charging kit. You just throw that sucker right in the back seat or in the trunk when you're on the go. Boom, you're up and running again. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. I'd like to get gas for $2.29 a gallon. You can get a Honda Prologue for $229 a month. That feels like 1998 pricing all over again. SUV electric, $229 a month. Not sure how they do it, but they do. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or you can shop online right now. You can customize piazzahonda.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Don't forget, this Sunday you can join me February 2nd for the grand opening of King Shooter's Supply in King of Prussia, 346 East Church Road from 2 to 4 p.m. The gun store and shooting range that you know and trust just completed their addition with 7 more indoor lanes. So now you have 2 shooting bays with a total of 14 lanes. Going to be a great time. Stop in this Sunday, February 2nd for great specials and deals. I'll be out there, maybe holding a super soaker or a water pistol from 2 to 4.
Phil's coming out with you because he's going to video it.
That's right.
So I think Captain Kirk will be out there with you too. So you'll have plenty of representation. Brian writes me. Brian from King Shooters writes me, and he asked Nick for your sweatshirt size because he wants to give you a King Shooter sweatshirt.
For the winter, for a snug or for a big feel, a comfortable lounging around the house feel, I typically go extra large.
Extra large, okay.
But if they run a little big and I'm in golf season shape, large.
All right.
I didn't answer the question.
You did not.
I was like a White House press secretary. Hello, Tony Bruno. How are you, sir?
Extra large.
Good morning. By the way, if you're going to go out there and shoot, make sure you get the 50 caliber, squeeze off a couple of rounds of that baby.
Yeah.
And then get the machine gun, because we have a lot of shooting ranges down here, and I go out and nothing like shooting a machine gun. Now, everybody there is trained professionals, so you got to pay attention, listen, and follow your instructors. But if you can do it one time, in some ranges, they'll charge you like $25 to shoot one shot from a 50 caliber gun because it is a monster.
Awesome.
Boom!
Yeah.
You can feel the whole room vibrate.
Will you be shooting?
Lock and load.
Nick, will you be shooting a machine gun at King Shooters this Sunday?
Whatever they want me to do.
Start out slow.
I'll work my way up.
Have you ever shot a gun?
An actual gun? No.
Wow.
No. I advocated for years to go hunting with my best friend and his dad considered me to be like Elmer Fudd, and he was like, "There's just no chance you're coming, dude."
Wait, what does it say about Nick's closest, his family and his friends, that they've never allowed him to shoot a gun?
It is an outrage.
Thank you.
It is. Tony Bruno with us from Florida. Let's get into it.
First of all, you don't have to go hunting to shoot a gun. You can go to a range.
Yeah,
Most people like me who have guns,
Yep.
they don't go out
true.
shooting. They go into a range.
Yeah.
And and get ready.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
Exactly.
I think
right.
when you move to Florida, not only do you get your Florida driver's license, you get your Florida shooting license and your fishing license and all those other licenses.
Well, because Florida is
where woke goes to die.
exactly right.
Exactly.
So let's get into it.
By the way, 75 now. Winter is over here. It's official. Winter is over.
Hey.
And we're in the 70s back again. So all you snowbirds coming down here, this place is mobbed right now because it's in the 70s. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I still have my Christmas tree up. It's not a violation to have your Christmas tree up.
No.
End of January.
Say it, Nick. We
Odyssey still has it up here.
Odyssey still has our Christmas tree up in the lobby here because we've realized that since it's been up, the Eagles have not lost.
The Eagles!
So they're keeping it up through the Super Bowl as good luck, and nobody's allowed to touch said Christmas tree because they think it's bad luck.
Well, wait, Tony and Miss
That's
Robin.
exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I did. I said once all the media was saying, Jalen Hurts, he's not even a top 10 quarterback. Jalen Hurts, he's not even one of the four, he's the worst of the four remaining quarterbacks. All these strappers. Not Jake Strapper, who was the king of strappers, but all these media strappers, talking heads, former players who are supposed to know better. They were all wrong, weren't they?
Yes, they were. And one is out of work. Jim Acosta out at CNN because, well, Jim didn't want to work the graveyard midnight shift, and he said, I'll just take my ball and go elsewhere. Your thoughts on the fake news firing of Jim Acosta?
Well, when you think about fake news, to me, the grandfather of fake news was Dan Rather. Remember, Dan Rather, celebrated legendary journalist at CBS News back in the day, and then he pretty much threw his career away when he went after George Bush with fake charges, and he had to leave CBS News. And then he resurfaced, a couple decades later, but you notice he's not on Twitter. You don't see him anymore. So he takes his shots whenever he feels like, there's people want him back. And he can give his opinion. It's America. He can say whatever he wants. But he's gone on the down low, you noticed? You know who hasn't gone on the down low? Is our buddy from Christmas Vacation. Did you talk about that video yet?
No, what video?
Randy Quaid.
Randy Quaid.
Yep.
Randy Quaid. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that
awesome.
That dude's on something.
Not Dennis
You
Quaid.
serious, Clark? Are you serious? Not Dennis Quaid, no. You serious, Clark? No, yes, he is.
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to look
I'm
at
sorry.
that.
Let's get it back. Let's get it back to the Eagles. You
No,
notice I have my
no.
Eagles?
The hell with you. We'll get to the
This
Eagles.
is my
in a-
Eagles. I got this hat in Minnesota when the Eagles won the Super Bowl when I was there, and this one lights up, but I need a new battery.
All right, well,
So I
then you know
found
what?
it, but
Let's stay on the Eagles. So let me ask you this: now we know that the Eagles did not go to the White House 6 years ago,
That's
7
correct.
years ago when Trump was in office. If they win, do you think they go this time around?
I think Jeffrey Lurie is going to have to take him this time. Because you have the Sixers owner who's already got a lot of people mad. Although you saw what they did last night, the 76ers, because they were playing the Lakers, so the Lakers were in town. So the Sixers allowed the Philadelphia Eagles guys to sit courtside. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, they were there because LeBron didn't play. He was in sweats just like everybody else was. But there they are. And then the 76ers, for the first time, acknowledged welcoming the Philadelphia Eagles NFC Championship team to the Wells Fargo Center. So I think all the bashing that Josh Harris has been getting, for not even mentioning the Eagles because he owns the Redskins, I think that finally hit home. I think the message got to him. Because what's he going to do? Tell Eagles players who are going to this? No, we don't want you sitting courtside, man. We can't get that kind. This is about the Washington Redskins. So, I think Josh Harris learned a lesson. He wasted a lot of money to try to get that arena built in Center City. And now his team, the Redskins, but you know what? They're a good team. So it's not like his team sucked, but you got to acknowledge the other team, especially when you own a basketball team, you own a hockey team. And how about the Eagles beating his football team and the Flyers beating his hockey team on back-to-back nights,
How
baby?
does that
How about
feel?
that, Josh?
Yeah.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, that's got to come back. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. We need to use that one again,
Let's
too.
make that great again.
Oh,
I think we are now. Everybody's smoking weed. You drive anywhere, you smell is weed.
It's
Everywhere.
Right?
Everywhere.
Can't
I
stand
hate it. I
do
hate the
too.
smell of weed, by
So
the
do
way.
I.
There's nothing. It stinks.
It's like at first I was like, oh, we're in the city and we're there's skunks, and my sons are like, Mom.
Yeah. You're gonna start doing contact tracing on that stuff. Ridiculous.
No, when I was driving through rural New Jersey, down there, way down in the woods, you would smell dead skunk all the time.
Yeah.
And there was nobody smoking weed because there was nobody out on the roads. So you're driving around, you got that smell. I'm like, is that weed? No, it's a skunk. Now you know it's weed because it's in every city, and it doesn't matter whether it's legal, illegal. Listen, smoke them. But the one thing that bothers me, guys, about the smoking of weed, if you're driving and you're smoking weed, and you're a professional weed smoker, and it's like people who drink a lot, they can handle their alcohol better. People who smoke a lot of dope, they can handle it better. But guess what? You're still impaired. You notice one thing I never smell when I'm driving down the street? I never smell alcohol.
Yep.
Do you?
Nope.
You never smell, if somebody's got an open container, they'll get pulled over and thrown into a paddy wagon. Somebody's smoking weed, nobody cares. You're impaired when you're driving.
Yeah, safety.
And again, I don't care what you do, but don't tell me that smoking weed doesn't impair you. Just like if you have one beer in your car, you're going to jail.
Yep. You're exactly right.
But if you're smoking weed and you're a little tipsy and you're a little, faded, like what's it? Low key faded, brah.
Yeah.
Then you're okay.
Yeah. Low key faded. Like my tee shots on the golf course. Low key fade. A little left to right action. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of smoking, Caroline Levitt was smoking the media one by one yesterday. Fastball after fastball. Your first impressions on the binder upgrade?
Well, I mean, there's no better upgrade. That's like going to, I don't have Costco. That's like going to, Sam's Club or BJ's, and you get in there and, you got the basic membership, and then they say, hey, you're going to come in at 8 o'clock before, or it's like going to Disney, and they let you in an hour before they open the gates.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's even better than that. It's not really a good analogy.
It's like that fast pass, right, where you get to go to the head of the line because you're a VIP?
No, it's like me having American Airlines mileage and then never getting in first class or never being in the priority lane, even though I'm a priority member and I'm always loading with Group 5. It's like, oh, Mr. Bruno, you're going to be in first class. Check your seat. That's the kind of upgrade I'm talking about.
We didn't even talk about this yet, guys. Can I play this real fast with Tony here?
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
She talked about the drones and the drones over in New Jersey, and she kind of clarified, at least from this administration, what they are. Can you roll, Phil, can you roll cut 5?
After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news. And with that, I will turn it over.
So for me, let's just get rid of the hobbyists. Throw them out of the equation. Okay, that explains it. That takes care of itself. FAA research and various other reasons. I feel like I want to know what those various other reasons are. Don't you?
No, I think the fact that the Biden administration lied about it and that had caused people to speculate that these were enemy targets, these were Iranian drones, these were Chinese spies, because they never come clean on any of this stuff. So when you have wild speculation on what those drones are, and nobody seems to have a legitimate reason, and then you have airline pilots and you have members of like this Andy Kim guy from New Jersey. How the hell did he get reelected? Is there a dumber guy other than Phil Murphy? Is there another member of political office in New Jersey dumber than Andy Kim? And his song "Rock Me Gently" wasn't even that good back in the 80s.
By the way,
that song Andy Kim.
The Belleville, New Jersey mayor Michael Melham was on with Dom yesterday, and he's not buying it. He's not buying any of this.
I'm not either, and I don't care if it's the Trump administration or the Biden administration, because Trump said they were flying over Bedminster as well. Why would there be research purposes conducted over Trump's property? Now, you can have a lot of theories, and I have a few. One, okay, and I said yesterday, we were talking about the drone updates with the sightings on the rise again, and the CIA COVID admission. I'm wondering if it's some sort of new advanced wave technological way of warfare attacking the United States, or is it our own government? And if it's our own government, why are they flying over Bedminster? Are they looking for attempted assassinations? Or are they plotting and mapping things out to maybe take out their own president?
They said they're doing research, right?
Well, what does that mean?
Well, that's what I initially said. That I thought it was like a Google Maps type thing that is just doing surveillance and on a lot of the area, and that it seems to be that's what it was.
There's something nefarious here, and it stinks.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure.
you're.
What
I hear what
happened
you
to the
guys are
mothership,
saying.
the Iranian mothership?
Yeah,
Remember that whole thing?
Jeff Andrew, another one. He speaks out of his what.
I mean, that freaks
He's a
me out.
politician.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's the Iranian mother. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mothership.
Don, you were saying
even
that?
ESPN doesn't call Bristol, Connecticut the mothership anymore.
No, it's the Titanic.
What were you saying, Don?
No, that was what I was saying. That first of all, that we had Senator Van Drew, on our air. I think that was the Dom show exclusively. I think Dom broke that, like he breaks so many stories. But I mean, Van Drew saying this is I have sources that are saying that this is some kind of an Iranian mothership that's off, and we were like, oh my, OMG, that's horrible. So what I find fascinating is that Caroline Leavitt says this, among other things. What is the media focusing?
Yep.
The media is all about, they're so triggered. So all the media is focusing is all these DEI cuts. And what? You're going after DEI? And what? ICE is raiding these things? So nobody's investigating this. And then most conservatives, except for Nick Kayal, who just said this, most conservative, shows are going, okay, Trump's administration says, just a little research. So nobody's looking into it. And I find that a fascinating strategy from a media strategy of the Trump administration. I feel like they're purposely throwing all this out there all at once because they know the media in general are lazy and they know what they can get by conservatives because we're the conspiracy people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's true to Nick Kayal. You're being true to yourself. But I will say that you're the first person, Nick Kayal, I've heard say that wait a minute, this is not really... You have more questions? I don't hear anybody else saying that.
Now, unless for some reason that Donald Trump is in jeopardy or is under threat of attack or anything like that. And again, I'm getting very conspiratorial in my thought process. But if you can't release that information for the sake of protecting somebody like the president, then I got you. I don't need full transparency if it means they're going to resolve the problem internally and, eliminate a threat, so to speak. But go ahead, Bruno, you were saying?
But the problem is, the bottom line is, you notice they've stopped. And that's what makes it weird. Yeah. If maybe they were just doing it right before Trump got in office during the transition. I don't know. Listen, conspiracy theorists, we used to be always wrong. And then it turns out that we've always been right. Everything that they called people who had actual legitimate questions about things that were going on with our government were conspiracy theorists. The COVID vaccine, the lockdowns, anything. Joe Biden's mental acuity. We were all, anybody who thought that way and was actually, in my opinion, using an open mind and wanting to know if it made sense or not, common sense, that was always a conspiracy theory. So that's the problem. When you have so many conspiracy theories that turn out to be right, the question to me is, why did they stop? Why did the drones stop flying? Why? Except over the art museum when the Eagles and the Redskin fans came in. And don't mess with the Rocky statue, okay?
Yeah.
If you're going to come to Philadelphia as a sports team, you're like, speaking of Ophir, does any team that's come in and puts their gear on the Rocky statue ever won a game in this town? Hell no.
No.
Brian on the YouTube chat writes, there is a defense contractor within 5 miles of Trump's place. They have drone warfare contracts. So maybe that's why they have.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Could be a viable explanation.
Research?
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure we'll...
I got to get my drone back up. I haven't
where's
flown
your
my drone.
Yeah, where is your drone?
It's sitting on the... I'm going to have to take the drone up over the new house because construction has resumed now, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw. Lovely inside.
And I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank the banks who are now charging me $10 million a month so I can get my house built. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the drones will be flying. And by the way, we have an osprey nest right next to our house. Cool. So we got osprey. We're going to have to put up the osprey cam. You know how people are fascinated? So there's eagle cams everywhere. We have eagles down here, but the ospreys are active right now.
Right.
So we got a mom and dad osprey nest on a telephone pole right next to our house.
Yeah.
And you can see them. They fly, they go into the water, pick out a fish, go back and feed the family. That's how you do it. You don't have to wait for the government. You got to be self-sufficient. Go get your own fish. Get your own smelts. Get whatever you need to survive. That's the way we do it in this economy where eggs are $7 a damn dozen.
Eagles flying in Florida and mayors that can spell.
By the way,
People
Tom
made a lot of money. People made a lot of money with the T-shirts with
Yeah.
the IGLLES.
Tom Walsh writes, Tony's new house is called Maraguido.
Maraguido.
And Elon Musk will be renting out of the room.
Mara
There are
Bruno.
very few. Wait a minute. How's it Maraguido? I'm the only Italian in there.
Oh,
We're in the
yeah.
neighborhood.
Mara
on,
Bruno.
man.
I like Dawn's suggestion.
Mara
Bruno.
Bruno.
Yeah.
No, we're calling it Il Paradiso Bruno.
Yes.
Il Paradiso Bruno.
We have to Mara break.
Yes, Mara break, and we'll do more Tony when we come back on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
Magic, Dawn. Talk to us about kitchen magic, please.
We got to talk about kitchen magic.
No, I'm sorry. What a crock.
What a crock.
Yeah, the other one.
Got to talk about
that.
dinner. Dinner. That's why I always hear, what's for dinner, Mom? But you know by now that I really love What a Crock meals. Discovered them years ago in a little farmer's market close to my house in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia, and fell in love with really a local mom and pop, mom and dad who decided to make home-cooked meals and make it easier for everybody. That's how they started. And because they're so delicious and healthy and taste like you made it homemade from scratch, but you didn't, they've gone national now. And that's a real testament to What a Crock meals and whatacrock.com. They have tons of meals. Go on the site, whatacrock.com. You can see all of it. But I want to point out to you, you don't necessarily need a slow cooker, and you don't have to use your slow cooker if you have one. You can boil the meals very quickly because they come in the bag. Cook them in your Instant Pot or right there on your stovetop. No prep, no mess, no stress needed to cook What a Crock's delicious meals. Everything comes prepackaged and good to go, ready to cook. No subscription or commitment is required to order, but you can subscribe if you want to. What a Crock's meals, they make a great gift. Everybody I sent them to, they're like, this is delicious. Zioli sent it to somebody because he texted me the other day. What's the code? Zioli's asking me this. I'm like, it's WPHT, Rich. What a Crock's meals. They make a great gift. Do this. People recovering from surgery or illness, new parents, college kids, maybe a sorry for your loss, maybe congratulations to Mara Bruno because they've just built a beautiful new home. It's a great homecoming gift, too. Be sure to try the meals from their new winter seasonal menu, like the classic homemade chili. All their chilies, I can tell you, they're delish. Creamy Swedish meatballs, hearty beef burgundy, cheesy broccoli, cheddar ale soup. Make sure you use, Zioli, are you listening? WPHT. Get $10 off your order. Whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. I'm excited to announce that our new home is complete, and it's built just for you. Built for savings, built for service. Our state-of-the-art dealership is designed to make buying, leasing, or servicing your vehicle faster, easier, and better than ever. Right now, it's effortless to buy, trade, or upgrade at Colonial Hyundai. Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the region. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucson's, Santa Fe's, Palisades, and Konas. For this month only, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. Every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and dock fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 3rd, 2025.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Holy Rosary Regional School in Plymouth Meeting, Saturday, February 1st with Jim Daly and Tim Conniff. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
Tom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Who could that be? It would be Tony B on Kayal and Company. I feel like Ed from Delran, just busting out rhymes on the radio. Unbelievable.
I'm the original TB.
Yes.
Of course, I got Terry Bradshaw and Tom Brady. I fit somewhere between Terry Bradshaw and Tom Brady as the original Philly OG TB.
It's good company to be
following me?
I hear you.
You following me?
Exactly. Tony Bruno live from Florida as we continue. By the way, let's talk some football, shall we? I saw this yesterday. Stalker found this story from The Sun. Super Bowl 59 ticket prices are plummeting.
Yes.
As fans are basically predicting, or maybe this is just an indicator of the Chiefs' fatigue. I got to tell you, I'm glad, Tony, we don't do sports anymore because, my God, 2 weeks of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift and media days, I would just want to get to Super Bowl Sunday without blowing my head off. But I do think it's now upon Philadelphia Eagle fans to, and obviously the football team, to deny the Chiefs a three-peat so we can eradicate them from our everyday news cycle. I can't take much more of it, sir.
Well, you got to give them credit, though. I mean, that's what they do. They win, and they find ways to win.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, to me, my favorite stat of all of this, because there's going to be a lot of nonsense the next couple of weeks, but that Andy Reid is he's the winningest coach in Eagles history, and he's the winningest coach in Chiefs history. I mean, I don't think that's ever happened in the history of the National Football League.
Yep.
The Andy Reid was great here. He didn't win a Super Bowl, but he went to a bunch of championship games. And now he's in Kansas City, and he's a lock Hall of Famer. So he's going to be in the Eagles Hall of Fame, the Chiefs Hall of Fame, and in the NFL Hall of Fame. So everybody was ripping Andy Reid because he couldn't get over the hump. You got to give this guy, and Spagnuolo. Look at the Philadelphia connection between these two teams. You got John Spagnuolo, not John Spagnuolo. He was a tight end who was a good friend. You got their coaching staff. You got Andy Reid. There's so many things between these two teams. The only thing we don't have in common, well, we have Kelce brothers in common too.
True.
But you notice, I hate to say this, I think Jason Kelce held the Eagles back last year by playing another season and not allowing Cam Jurgens to go out there and play. Look, Jason Kelce leaves, Cam Jurgens comes in, and they go to a Super Bowl. Sorry, Jason.
Oh,
you're done, bro.
Yeah,
Jason, I'm done with Jason Kelce. I'm sorry. No, he's a great guy.
Me too.
But you know what? You know what he's doing? And I don't have any problem with this, or any other athlete or radio personality, he's taking advantage of everything's coming his way. And, as a lineman, you don't get those chances in the NFL. Centers don't get endorsement deals and TV shows and late night shows and everything else.
Yeah, some radio hosts don't get endorsements either. It's unbelievable.
Well, they shouldn't. I mean, they shouldn't. They should be they should be running the board for the new show that comes at 1 a.m. on the Jim Acosta radio network. Jim Acosta overnight. Jim Acosta should be the overnight conspiracy guy. Like the old Art Bell used to sit in the desert at Las Vegas and talk about UFOs. That's what Jim Acosta should do. A late night UFO show. And then we could have some Philadelphia personalities pop in. I'll call in every once in a while and throw them off, because Jim Acosta, he is, I mentioned Dan Rather.
Yeah.
Jim Acosta is the modern day fake news king, is he not?
Agreed.
The smugness of him, the fact that he says, did you play the clip of him saying, I want you to go outside and open the window and tell everybody we're not going to take this.
Yeah, can we? Let's play that again.
That's
if we
my
can.
favorite cut.
I played
That's
that.
got to be
yeah.
drops, Nick. We got to have drops.
Yeah, I used it in the big take this morning. Phil, if we can have clip one from the big take. Here's Jim Acosta.
It's never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's the job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies.
I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear.
So people can hear from
I'm posting it.
I
will not give in to the lies.
You can't handle
I will not give in to the lies. I'm going to open my window now and scream as loud as I can. I'm as mad as hell, and I can't take this anymore.
Merrill Reese, your thoughts on Jim Acosta?
I feel for him.
Yeah, we all do.
I don't feel for him.
No, you're right. I don't either. I do feel for the ICE agents that had to come into Philadelphia yesterday and risk their lives to protect our lives because politicians decided to let people into the country illegally. But even right here, Tony, in North Philadelphia, 7 illegal immigrants arrested at a car wash, which, by the way, has to suck washing cars when it's 18 degrees out. I'm just saying.
Exactly. I remember I used to go to the car wash at Broad and Reed in South Philly. And those guys, they're out there, if it rains, they close. If it snows, they can't open up. But the second the weather is nice, where everything isn't instantly freezing on your car, they open it up. And it used to be a $2 car wash. Here we have unlimited car washes. Florida and California, there's a car wash every 50 feet here. And they keep opening new ones. Car washes, the good thing is you pay $30 a month and you get unlimited washes.
Oh,
So
nice.
in Philly and places that are cold, like Philly and New York, these people have a hard time making ends meet because a lot of times they're closed. So I don't know. I don't think they were. I think they were detained, but there were protesters. You notice there's always protesters out there, and they always look the same. A bunch of gray-haired old women holding signs. They have no idea what they're there for, and they're saying, "Wait a minute, you want me to hold a sign out in front of a car wash?"
Yep.
And it's cold, go inside, go into a mall. Well, there aren't any malls anymore. Go inside, relax, watch the view, ladies.
Yeah.
Don't go standing out in front of car washes. I mean, you're not a hero, okay? You're not a hero because you think that people who shouldn't be here legally need to stay here. Take them into your house. How about that? Take them in take Selena Gomez, open up your big mansion. By the way, the Pope. And all of the bishops out there, the Jesuit bishop yesterday, I'm sure you saw this, Dawn, telling everybody, hey, you know what? This is not what we stand for. Are you serious right now? Catholic Charities and all these other groups don't realize that what they're doing is absolutely against everything that the Catholic Church used to stand for. They're not saying anything about abortion. They're not saying anything about child molestation. They're not saying anything about anything except that people who are in the country illegally have a right to be here. And that's as Caroline Levitt said yesterday, they're here illegally. Well, they're not all criminals, but they broke the law. When I was on a cruise ship and I was stuck in one day, I was on a cruise ship. I had a heart attack. Robin had to go to the consulate so that I could get I was not allowed to be in the country because I was on a cruise ship and you get a one-day visa. If you stay over, and I had to stay for a week, you have to legally go to the consulate and get a visa so that you can stay for more than a day. So don't give me this crap about you. Anybody can go to any country and stay in there. If I decided to live in Curacao, they would hunt me down and throw me the hell out.
Well, according to the View's Sonny Hostin, it's not being in the country illegally is not a crime.
Oh boy, law degree from Notre Dame.
Can you roll this, Phil?
But 87% support deporting criminal undocumented migrants.
Yes, I don't know anybody in the world. I don't know anybody in the world who wants to keep the criminals. I don't know anybody.
That's where we should be focused.
Can I say something? Because, we keep on talking about criminals and immigrants being criminals. And I just want people to understand what the facts are and the stats are, is that undocumented immigrants are much less likely to have committed crimes than American citizens. American citizens commit more crimes than anyone who is undocumented. I also want to make the point that an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal because he or she is undocumented. That is a civil offense. So to call people illegal is in and of itself, I think, xenophobic and racist.
She would. First of all, she's wrong. One. Secondly, she would know about civil law because she has to read a disclaimer every time she slanders Matt Gaetz from her bosses. So she's got civil law figured out. And then lastly, no, it's not an apples to apples comparison of Americans committing crime versus illegal immigrants committing crimes in this country, because there's roughly 300 million legal American citizens to 20 million illegals?
342 million almost compared to max 22 million.
This whole show should just be off the air. It's wrong on everything.
Well, not this show. No, we have to keep this on. The fact that they're still on the air is ABC's the lawsuits keep piling up for ABC and all of these corrupt media groups who are out there spouting stuff, and they're going to be held accountable, and they should. Because listen, you can give your own opinion, but you can't make up rules about the law. Right. I mean, her own husband is in trouble with the law.
Yes,
right?
Yeah. Big
trouble. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Does she go back and does she talk about that? No, not at all. And so the bottom line is this: if you overstay, if you can have a visa and be legally in the country, but if you overstay your visa, then you are a criminal. If you enter through a wall and an opening in the wall and you go into any country, you are illegally in the country. Overstaying a visa, you can get a visa and be legally in the country. When I was a kid, I used to go pick stuff in New Jersey, blueberries down, because kids would do it and make money. And there are people from other countries who come in every year and pick crops in this country. And then most of the time they go back to their countries of origins. That's what we've had forever in this country. In the places where vegetables and fruit, New Jersey, you name it, California, a lot of the people, now they just stay in the country. And that's what has to be determined, whether or not they should stay legally, if they should stay only for a certain amount of time. That's for the law to decide. But when you have TV people and you have the Catholic Church and Catholic Charities, which has now basically put a target in its own back, and you know this, Don, they're out there saying that about this freeze of federal funds. And the best part about X is that Chuck Schumer's on there lying every hour about what Trump is doing with all of this freeze of federal spending. And he's being community noted every single time he spouts a lie. That's the best part of X. Even people, elected officials, Congress people, Chuck Schumer, the biggest lying sleazebag of them all. He is the worst. Hey, you know what? I wrote to Chuck Schumer last night. I said, hey, Chuck, don't worry about all the lies you're spouting about what's being defunded. People aren't losing their Medicare. People aren't losing their WIC benefits. That stuff hasn't been frozen. They're freezing all of these places, the NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are getting hundreds of billions of dollars, and nobody knows where that money goes. That's what we all want. If you run a business and you have some employee stealing from you, and then when you go do your inventory, you want to figure out who's stealing your money, right? And then you go and fire that person. The government's the only place where you can steal money, have people getting money from the government that they didn't earn, and then do whatever they want with it and not be held accountable.
Yep. Well said.
I'm accountable from, everybody who has a credit card, everybody who has a mortgage, a gas bill, electric bill, water bill, you're accountable for that. And if you don't pay it, sometimes they shut it off. I mean, they do it in cities. They turn off people's electricity and water and gas. That's, to me, is an outrage, because they should be able to work that out. But don't tell me NGOs who are spilking money should not be audited. We should know where the money goes. We are the taxpayers. That's the problem. And I think this Trump thing with the NGOs has them all worried now, because they don't want the gravy train to end.
By the way, going back to what Sonny Hostin said, just to fact check here for a second, illegally entering the United States is a federal crime.
Yes.
So it's not a civil.
Exactly.
It's like she doesn't even understand the law.
There's a statute for that.
She must be the worst lawyer.
I
mean, lawyers are
I know.
hideous anyway.
I know.
Sorry, don't get me started with that.
Yeah. It's amazing. She got through Notre Dame, and I had to quit after 3 months at night school. But anyhow,
she shouldn't even be on night court, Sonny Hostin. By the way, is that reboot still on, or did that go off the air?
They did reboot Night Court. Yes, I did see that.
It's on.
It's
Is it still on now?
Yeah, I don't know if it's Court TV or some.
No, it's Night Court, and they
channel.
have the only guy that's back is the big tall guy. What's his name? The one actor that was on the original.
Martin Mull.
Not the ball. No, he's no longer with us.
No, he's not.
The one guy who was the annoying guy.
John.
He's back.
John Larroquette.
Yes, John Larroquette.
Yeah.
But everybody else, they have a different judge now. They have a chick judge.
Yeah.
And then not that there's anything wrong with chick judges.
Yeah, Judge Janine.
Some of them. No, not Judge.
Judge Judy.
Not Judge Judy. Not Judge Miriam Milian on the People's Court.
Milian was
hot.
I
love. Listen,
her.
there's some hot judges.
Yeah.
Hot.
Boy.
See,
I love a
if I
hot
had to
judge
go
in
to
a
court
robe.
and there was a hot Latina judge up there, I would say guilty. Guilty as charged, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
I'd walk right in and be like,
"Holy cow!"
Yeah. Thank you, Harriet. And I think we're done, Bruno. I think we've covered it all.
Are we done already?
I think we're done. Yeah.
Are we done?
We're gonna shut it down, just like the water in California. Turn it off. That's it.
Turn the spigot on.
Turn the spigot on.
Turn the spigot on.
There you go. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, Tony.
We love
Guys,
you, Tony.
We love you, buddy.
God bless every one of you. Enjoy your life. Have fun. And I'm leaving the tree up till after the Super Bowl. And
Good luck.
Last thing, I got to thank the Eagles for one thing more importantly than the Super Bowl. I thank the Eagles for getting us to that transition era period between the end of football season and baseball spring training. Now we got the good thing is now we have this smooth transition.
Yep.
Eagles win or lose, and hopefully they win. We'll celebrate, and then boom, a couple of days later, Clearwater, Florida, baby, spring training. Rich Cioli and I will be hanging down there, hanging up there.
You guys will be at the game, tweeting out pictures, unaware that the other person is doing the same exact thing 2 rows over like last year.
That's right. This time I'm going to find. I've never met Rich Cioli.
Wow.
That's hard to believe. I was in the same row with him. Same row in the same place.
It's an outrage.
Up with the Phillies train in Clearwater. This time, I mean, we may have to do a live show.
Wow. I mean, he doesn't come in anymore, so we've never met him either.
Stop. He's had life-threatening. He had surgery.
Greg, stop it. He's a family man.
In the hospital.
I think we should do a show live.
He knows I
right
love
there
him.
at the right there at the bar. You know, it's the big tiki bar. You know, where the Phillies play.
Yeah.
Could you imagine me and Cioli doing a live show in the afternoon with people getting absolutely drunk as skunks?
My goodness.
Yeah. Exactly.
I would
you don't
definitely
have
pay
to
for
be
that.
drunk as a skunk. Yeah, we'll get a Delco's cheesesteak. I mean, it'll be like Philly South. We're going to bring it. Football season will end, and then we'll move on to the Phillies, and we'll sit outside of the beautiful sunshine of Clearwater, Florida.
You think you're thankful for filling in the dead period. Imagine how the guys down the hall talking sports feel.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine, like, if the Eagles win the Super Bowl, what the hell are they going to talk about for months? You know what I mean? Okay,
that's their problem.
Do we fire Nick? What? Fire Nick Sirianni?
I got to figure out what I'm going to do.
Let's
for the next
go
4
Phillies
years.
and let's go Flyers. Well, the Sixers and Flyers are, they're winning a little bit, but it's all about baseball after this.
Yeah.
Remember, the Phillies took us into the Eagles season, and now the Eagles are taking us back into the Phillies season. That's what's perfect about the mesh, the intertwining of baseball and football in the city of Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Thank
right.
you.
All right, no more Bruno, less of Bruno, more of commercials as we continue. Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
And we're back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. An important question for all empty nesters out there. Are you wondering if this is your year to downsize? Maybe you want to know the latest trends in the real estate market that will impact how fast your home will sell. Maybe you want to know the new administration policies that will affect the value of your home. That's a lot to think about. Let my great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors answer all these questions for you at her next breakfast event for future home sellers this Saturday morning, February 1st at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Diane unlocks the secrets to outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. I'll be there that morning. It's always a great breakfast, great time to see you and get Diane's advice. Plus, she'll be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. So RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on Saturday morning.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles, plus an additional 10% off. And you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:26, Wednesday morning, Friday. Joe Conklin in studio from 7 o'clock in the morning on.
Yeah.
Followed by Sean Farish at 8:30.
Oh, boy.
Sunday, 2 to 4, King Shooters, King of Prussia. I'll be out there for 2 hours, 346 Church Road. King of Prussia, their new expanded location with double the shooting bays and lanes. Looking forward to that. And we will have a new contributor on Monday's show to the cut sheet. And I will tell you more about that in the coming days and hours.
By the way, Paul writes in. He says, what's worse for Nick's health, King Shooter's range or Jimmy Dean's breakfast?
Actually, I'm being ripped on Twitter because people said, well, the Nutri-Grain bar, that's not really healthy, Nick. I get it. It's not healthy, but it beats eating, a sticky bun or something.
Sticky bun.
Donut
Ooh.
or something like that. So
Sticky buns.
they say it's healthy on the label, so it has to be true.
Right.
Look at the ingredients. What are the ingredients? No, seriously. Tell me what the ingredients
this is
are.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got sugar.
Real sugar? That's better than fructose.
Riboflavin.
Oh, boy.
Niacin.
Yeah, no. Come on, man.
And all kinds of crap.
Read it.
Well, strawberry it says good source of calcium and iron. No high fructose corn syrup.
That's good.
Energy for any time of the day. 8 grains of whole grains. I'm not a big fan of these, but my wife got them at Sam's Club, so I was like, whatever.
Oh, sure. Blame.
Yeah.
Blame. They were on sale.
They were on sale, and she's a bulk buyer. Well, you get more for you. Okay. Yeah, but you still got to pay more. All right. Anywho, let's get to what are we going to do? We're going to do the news. Yeah. Let's get to Dawn Stensland's Big 3 at 9:27.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, and we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. Number 1 from the Big 3 to Gold Bar Bob, facing sentencing today, facing up to 15 years behind bars. We know that Gold Bar Bob, he was convicted, obviously, but still blaming his wife, who still hasn't gone to trial because, she is battling cancer.
Yeah, stage 4 breast cancer, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's got gold bars. He's Gold Bar Bob, and I'm Nutri-Grain Bar Nick. That my bars are going to get me in the joint.
So he did, this is just the disgrace, New Jersey former senator, of course, and since from Mara Bruno, Tony Bruno mentioned Andy Kim. Andy Kim went for his seat. That's why Andy Kim is a senator right now in New Jersey.
Yep.
But he is asking to delay his prison sentence as he's still appealing that Gold Bar Bob bribery conviction that we've talked a lot about and covered.
Yeah, Bob, you can keep appealing. You can keep delaying. You're going away for all day, as Sean Connery said in The Untouchables.
Well, we'll see. He resigned in disgrace. What was that, August?
Mm-hmm.
And so still trying to, they're saying that he's a lifelong public servant and trying to push this off. He is 71 years young, but he faces 15 years behind bars.
Odds are he will die in jail if he were to serve the full 15.
And that's essentially, that's essentially what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got that one going on. Number 2, as we look at confirmation hearings today, Maha, a lot of controversy now over RFK Jr. That's really the focus, as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will, face this questioning. But even his own family member, as the daughter of the late JFK, of course, Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg, she had come out and ripped him, saying that no one should vote for him in the Trump administration, saying that, in fact, he is a predator because he has birds of prey and he feeds the birds of prey little animals that he kills.
And he throws boar carcasses out into Central Park, and he does a lot of that stuff. I've said, and we'll do a big take on Bobby tomorrow because the Senate confirmation stuff starts in about 30 minutes with him. I still believe if you were to rank them, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, I think Bobby Kennedy will face the toughest challenge to get in.
No, really?
Yeah,
I still believe
Tulsi.
that.
Yeah,
Yep,
Tulsi's toast. I hate to say it. She is
toast. Wow.
Number 3, I'll go with this one, that Elon Musk, that Donald J. Trump, President Trump, has tasked Elon with getting and rescuing, really, 2 brave astronauts who've been virtually abandoned in space, lost in space by the former President Joe Biden. And so Trump says they've been waiting for many months on the International Space Station. Elon will soon be on his way, and hopefully all will be safe. Good luck.
Would you rather be abandoned with a withdrawal from Afghanistan or in space? I mean, I can't imagine what those people are going through. Now, I get it. They train and the whole bit, but, you're up there and you don't know when you're able to come back. And I think I saw, because Polymarket has odds on everything, 85% chance that they will be rescued by Elon Musk by April. Could you imagine just hanging out in space until April, waiting for somebody to come get you?
No. And there was question for the female astronaut. She had lost a ton of weight, and there were people, because, every once in a while they send a video or what have you. And so there were health questions, I think, as well.
Can she launch an OnlyFans from space?
By the way, I've said this before, and Dawn will probably slap me for this. I don't care. I stick by this. if that astronaut, the female astronaut, is a mother, she should be ashamed of herself for going up there.
Wow. Whoa!
I can't believe you just said that.
Yeah, of course I did. Of course I did, and I waited till 9:32 to do it.
So you're saying because you're a mom, you can't risk your life for the betterment of society or the general country?
Okay, let me rephrase. If it's a mother with a young child.
Okay.
If it's a mother with a young child.
Oh,
no.
so you opened up a can of worms here. So, Christy Nome, let's say if Christy Nome had a young child, should she be ashamed of herself because she's tracking down bad hombres?
She should be ashamed of herself because she shoots dogs.
Okay.
But aside from that, yes, I believe that if a child loses a mother, they're an orphan. Let me repeat that. If a child loses a mother, they're an orphan.
So you are
Us
telling,
fathers can only do so much.
Right.
We ain't replacing the mother.
That's right. That's why daddy cocktails and not mommy. So you're saying that basically women should take risk-free jobs
while their children
stay in the office?
While their children are young. If their children are 18 and above, they can do whatever the hell they want to.
Dawn Stensland, you want to come into the middle studio and handle some business, and I'll wrap up your sponsor?
No, I mean, I love that he celebrates mothers and
I do.
his wife, who he always gives so much credit to, which is beautiful. I looked it up. So all 7 astronauts on Space Shuttle Discovery's mission, they were all parents, 20 children among, all of them collectively, not with each other, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But and the astronauts' children ranging in age from 6 to 26.
Yeah, 18 to 26, those parents fine.
Okay.
The one
under teenagers too.
6, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're basically you're saying to your kid, sorry, mommy has to go do this.
Or you're saying something to your husband that I really hate you and I don't want to divorce you, so I'm going to go to space.
You bring a child into this world, then that is your primary responsibility, in my opinion.
By the way, I just looked it up. The approximate annual salary for a NASA astronaut in 2024, $152,258. It's like going into Congress.
Yes, well, think about that. Astronauts who have a high level of education, high quality scientists, and they make what 20
grand
more
more
than 20 grand less than a congressional member.
That's right.
See, that's messed up.
It is. I
if you
agree.
ask me.
I agree.
So-
AOC makes more than a true space cadet.
I believe that the lone mother astronaut for Discovery, who's at the ISS, I believe she's Nicole Stott. So I guess when she first went, how old is her child now? Because when she first went up, had a 7-year-old.
That's
young
hideous.
child.
That's hideous.
But I'm not sure if is she the one.
She should be ashamed of herself.
Well, not ashamed.
Nicole Stott is 62.
Okay, then it can't be her.
Okay, yeah. American engineer, and I can see her in her jumpsuit. 62.
So I have to find I don't know if that's her. I apologize.
Okay.
I'll look that up. But I don't know. I think that everybody, obviously they discuss it with their families. I think that for Nicole, her husband is also an astronaut. So it's kind of it's kind of in their blood, if you will.
Let husband go up there and do all the death-defying things that you do because, let's face it, if a child loses a father, mom will remarry, stepdaddy will be just fine.
Yeah.
Stepdaddy will be just fine.
I have no interest in space. God bless those that do. I have no interest in going down to the abyss of the ocean and looking at a sunken ship.
Look, EKZ wrote in this morning. He said the only thing I hate about Greg are his bad hot takes, and this may be a bad hot take, and I don't care.
Yeah.
But I do believe that mothers who have young children, honestly up to the age of like 18, should not be in dangerous jobs.
Well, in this life, there are bad hot takes and good big takes, and you get them both on this show.
Thank you.
I would say with the majority of people I know, I would agree with Greg. There are a few that I would say the dads are actually better, believe it or not. But I would say I mostly agree with Greg. I do think that moms are underrated in this country, and we have to start celebrating the important job of motherhood.
Yes, Nick and I and Larry cannot do what Kristen, Steph, and Dawn Stensland do.
That's correct.
There's no replacing.
Nope.
There's no replacing what a mother can do.
Yes.
Nothing.
Thank you.
So just based on this, let's just go a little further as we skin Stalker alive here in the final 25 minutes. So if Steph wanted to go parachuting or jump out of an airplane,
I would say you're going to have to divorce me.
From 30,000 feet. And there's a 0.0001% chance that the chute doesn't open and you're stuck with the kid.
No.
It's a flat no. It's a hard no.
No, you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything.
You would say wait until your son's 18. Sorry.
Yeah. Once my son's 18, she can do whatever the hell she wants to. If she wants to jump out of a plane, that's cool.
With or without the chute.
No.
Episode of Married with Children, by the way.
Yeah, no.
It is?
Yeah, Bud went, whatever they call it, parachuting. What's the technical?
Skydiving.
Skydiving.
To impress a girl.
To impress a chick and get laid, and he never got laid.
By the way, her name is Sunny Williams, the NASA astronaut who's right now stuck in space along with astronaut Butch Wilmore.
Okay.
And they've been stranded on the ISS, the International Space Station.
And is probably happier
Technical
than
problems.
Sonny Hostin on The View.
Margaret writes in, Greg, what if you are a female police officer? Again, if you have a child and you're a female police officer out there in the line of duty, it's completely irresponsible. Wow.
This is amazing. You got to say.
Why do you say this at 9:30?
Yeah. What about like 7:15?
You know? So what jobs should mothers not put themselves at risk?
Yeah,
because they're
create a list.
I have a conflict with this because on one hand, I love that he's saying
you can't say
mothers are precious.
All right, we
and
have
should be cherished.
females coming to the rescue.
I understand. Hang on. I understand people saying that like you take a risk every day. You drive on 95. I understand that. I am talking about jobs. Like a police officer is a dangerous job. Yeah. An astronaut or going up in space is a dangerous job. That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I'm not talking about average jobs where you might die if you do this.
Sure. Being a police officer was dangerous enough before the defund the police movement started. Now it's 3 times as worse.
Vision Mike asks if driving is okay. Yes, driving is okay. I get it.
Is driving?
No, but your wife works remotely, so you probably banned her from going to the office too. Marilyn's in Delaware. We haven't spoken with her in a while. But she's here to rescue Stocker. Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, darling. I hope you've all had a great Christmas and New Year. And I agree with Greg.
Thank you, Marilyn. I appreciate it.
Any additional context as to why you agree, or you just agree?
I agree because I'm a mom who worked pretty much forever, and even when I wasn't supposed to, I still tried, and I'm having trouble getting Social Security, and I have a special needs son, and I agree that women with this day and age and wanting to be men just ain't happening.
Okay. Well, Marilyn, thank you.
A woman just can't.
Right. No, I got you. Thank you very much. There she is. I'm trying to find Marilyn. I have her on my board. Oh, here's Marilyn.
Nick, now listen.
Listen. Thank you, Marilyn. Good to hear from you again. All right, Dawn, you were saying.
Shafe, barefoot and pregnant. That's not what I'm saying, dude. Shafe, I love you, man. We met at the mock debate. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not old school like that. I am saying that if you have a young child, that needs to be your number one responsibility as a mother, because as fathers, we just can't provide the same sort of stuff, love, affection, whatever. Yes, we do it in our own way, but we can't do the same thing that mothers do.
Jimmy Kelly says yesterday was the anniversary of the Challenge disaster where a mother was killed.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Jimmy Kelly just got a raise.
Irresponsible.
There you go.
What else is irresponsible? We need to break.
Yes.
All right, so quick sponsor. So it looks like Sunny Williams and her husband adopted a daughter, but her daughter is now either in her late teens or already 18.
Yeah, that's fine.
But they're going to rescue them.
She can go risk her life. That's fine.
Well, let's get rescued by Piazza Auto Group, who we love. Purchase the all-new Acura ZDX with an incredible 0% financing for 72 months, plus complimentary charging bundles. So just visit them, Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop piazzaacura.com, Piazza. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, today in music history, our morning mystery movie clip, and also what is on tap for the Dawn Show as we wrap up a Wednesday, and maybe a bad take. Who knows? We have 15 more minutes. Back after this.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
9 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company, brought to you by Robert Half. But Robert Half says we only sponsor the good takes in this hour, not the bad ones. Because 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring, Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
By the way, hang on.
I'm taking what they're giving because I'm working for a living.
hat tip to Steve Larimore for sending this to me. What are America's most dangerous jobs? Tree trimmers and pruners, number 1. Number 2, commercial pilots. Number 3, farm and ranch animal workers. Number 4, logging workers. Number 5, roofers. 6, first-line supervisors of farming, fishing, and forestry workers. 7, agricultural equipment operators. 8, heavy and tractor-trailer drivers. 9, underground mining machine operators. And 10, farm equipment mechanics and service technicians.
Talk radio host didn't make the list, huh?
It didn't.
Hey,
So.
did cops? Law
No.
enforcement?
No.
Yeah.
This is according to USA Today. Thank you, Steve, for sending this to me.
There you go.
So no women with young children should do any of those jobs.
Yep.
Thank you.
And all of those jobs I don't have the guts to do.
It's
Well,
true.
Except there should be a woman foreman to say, and this, remember when Hugh Douglas tweeted that out, the picture of the guy right behind us in the construction site?
Yeah.
He didn't have his harness on.
Yep.
Like, they do need a mom on site as like a foreman to go,
Yeah.
yo, where's your harness?
I'm fine with that.
Well, when you go down the hall for coffee, shout out the window. All right, let's find out from Phil Almquist.
Well, let's do it.
Actually, no.
We
it's
have a movie.
Movies first. I'll never
And
forget.
now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What are you doing working on my plane? Raymond was supposed to gas
You're
it up.
flying the snake, ain't you?
How'd you know?
How low you have to keep it to the ground?
Oh, 50 feet. Why?
As lean as you were running, if it went into a stall, you'd have lost your engine and never would have been able to pull it out.
Must have been what happened to Jimmy.
That's what happened to the Branson kid, all right?
Oh, Jimmy Branson.
You wouldn't know that either. Show couldn't tell enough till they peeled him off that cliff.
Why owe you?
We'll talk about that later.
If you come back.
If you come back.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Is there a reason we picked that today, Phil?
I'm going to assume why, but I did not have any say in this one.
All right.
There you go. Tickets to the Zlock, January 31st. That is coming up in just a few days. Caller number 12, 855-839-1210. It is the Abbey Road what do they call those? Like a cover band, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Cover band.
Another pair of tickets. We've had them all week long, and we will have them again for you tomorrow and on Friday. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that movie, which I believe came out in 1986. And I argue, and this is you think about it, I'm going to top stalker right now with the bad take.
Boy.
That movie is better than Top Gun.
No, it is not.
Said
How
it for
dare
you.
you.
Stop.
Said it for you.
Idiots.
But I am
Stop.
the king of bad movies.
Idiots, you are.
All right, let's get to what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 29th, we celebrate the birthday of Eddie Jackson from Queensryche, who's 64, and Johnny Lang, who's now 44. Heavenly birthday shouts to Tommy Ramone and David Byron from Uriah Heep. We also lost Hilton Valentine from The Animals in 2021 and James Ingram from 2019. Sings a Coot Kentucky Rain by Elvis in 70 and Drops of Jupiter by Train in 2001. Album to Coot Doubt by Jesus Jones in 91. Picture This by Huey Lewis in 82. Ironbound by Overkill in 2010. Stephen Wolf's debut in 68. Abigail 2 by King Diamond in 2002, and the Choir Boys debut in 1990. Also in 89, Billy Joel sang the national anthem at Super Bowl 23. In 62, Peter, Paul, and Mary signed with Warner Brothers Records. In 83, Men at Work was atop both the British and U.S. singles chart. In 67, Brian May of Queen attended a show that included Jimi Hendrix as well as The Who. And in 61, Bob Dylan met his idol, Woody Guthrie. But lastly, you may recall the Justin Bieber arrest story I mentioned last week where he was racing his Lamborghini in Miami Beach. Well, on this day in 2014, more than 100,000 people signed a petition to deport him out of the country and back to Canada as a result of that arrest. Oh, also real quick, 9 Inch Nails tickets go on sale today at noon. So looking forward to that show on August 27th for Kayal and Company.
Yeah, Bieber, get out.
Yeah. Get the hell out.
And then once you go back to Canada, Polyev will deport you out of another country.
We should have deported him.
You should.
You should have.
There you go. All right, we've got Bill in Downingtown who knows good movies when he hears one. Hello, Bill. What clip did we play for you?
Yes, I believe that's going to be Iron Eagle.
Yeah, brother. Never say die, Iron Eagle. Bill, congratulations. You've got your tickets for January 31st at the Zlock. By the way, speaking of music, very underrated soundtrack. You had Twisted Sister, Queen, a lot of great songs
we've
on
talked
there.
about that.
Yeah.
Very good soundtrack.
I think we go Iron Eagle soundtrack full show tomorrow. But I'm not in charge of the music. All right. But Dawn is in charge at the 10 o'clock hour. As we approach 7 minutes from now, we find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, we have so much breaking, all the developments, and of course on Capitol Hill, we'll get to all of it. You won't miss a thing with RFK Jr., but there's a lot of talking and bloviating that happens ahead of that. So we'll cut to the chase, and you won't miss a thing with RFK Jr. He will be taking questions today. We will also have, coming up, we'll learn more inside of Delaware County and some of the suburbs, raising your taxes. What's going on with that, and how are they receiving all of this DEI, the freezing issue that the Trump executive orders? We'll take you through all of that. Coming up at the top of the 11 o'clock hour, you will hear from a J6er who actually has an IMDb page, if you will. He's been in movies and kind of a famous name, Jay Johnson. So we'll revisit the J6 issue in the context of what's going on across the country. So much developing. We'll have it all for you. My take on how Caroline Leavitt did, the good, the bad, the wonderful. So we'll take you through all of it.
All right, looking forward to that. Dawn is up next. Speaking of talking and bloviating, I'm done for the day, but we will be back tomorrow morning at 6 with a big take on Bobby and his confirmation hearing. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Dawn is next. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481.